Good evening and welcome to the regular meeting of the Municipal Council on February 10, 2026. Madam Clerk, could you please do roll call?
Yes, Council President. Roll call for the regular meeting of February 10th, 2026. Councilwoman Cotton, Councilwoman Davila. Councilwoman Cotton, thank you. Councilwoman Davila.
Councilwoman.
I see you. Thank you. Councilman Jackson. Councilman Kalik.
Here, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Mendez. Councilman Omar.
Here, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Uden.
I'm here, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Velez. Council President.
Here, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The votes are, the totals are six here and 3 absent at this time.
Madam Clerk, could you please read the statement of compliance?
Velez. Statement of compliance with the Open Public Meetings Law 2025 through 2026, February 10th, 2026 at 7:00 p.m. Adequate notice of this meeting was compiled and disseminated in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Law in the following manner. 1. The annual notice of regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council was compiled for the year 2025 through 2026 on or about July 1st, 2025. 2. A schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2025 through 2026 was duly transmitted on or about July 1st, 2025 to the North Jersey Herald, The Record, The Arabic Voice, The Italian Voice, The Passaic County Pulse, Dominicana News, La Quisqueya International, El Especial, the Paterson Press, the City Post News, Tap into Paterson, the Weekly Bangla Patrika, in addition to any other publication duly requesting such notices. 3. The schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2025-2026 was prominently posted in the lobby of City Hall, first floor, in the place reserved for the announcements of this type. 4. The schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2025 through 2026 was duly filed with the Municipal Clerk. And 5, a copy of the schedule of regular meetings of the Municipal Council was mailed to any person who requested and paid the fee authorized by the Open Public Records Act. Council President.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, on tonight, a prayer will be rendered by International Overseer Dr. Kim Yancey James, right here from the city of Paterson, and our flag salute will be led by Councilman of the 6th Ward, Ibrahim Omar. Everyone please stand.
Let us pray. Most holy and eternal God, our Father, we come tonight, oh God, to say thank you. Thank you, God, for allowing us to see another day, a day that we have never seen before. And as we have come together tonight, we are asking, oh God, that you would move by your Spirit and that everything that is said and done be according to your will and according to your way. For your word tells us that if my people, which are called by my name, would humble themselves and pray, seek my face, turn from their wicked ways, then would I forgive their sins and heal the land. So God, we're asking tonight that you would forgive us for anything that we have said, anything that we have done, anything that we have thought, God, so that you would hear our prayer tonight. Forgive us, God, because we need you to heal the land. It can't happen without your power. It cannot happen without your strength, and it cannot happen without grace and mercy. So God, we ask that you would touch this city, from the office of the mayor, every council person, every person who works in this government. Touch those who have to speak tonight, and let all of the voices be heard, and let you, oh God, be pleased with what is said and what is done tonight. And it is so. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Amen. Of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Can we please remain standing for a moment of silence for all of our troops and loved ones who have lost their lives? Thank you. Thank you, International Overseer Dr. Kim Yancey James, for that amazing prayer, and to Councilman of the 6th Ward, Ibrahim Omar, for stepping in and doing the flag salute. Madam Clerk, can we do the payment of bills, please?
Thank you very much, Council President. Good evening to everyone today, to my colleagues. You have before you the payment of bills with the total, the summary of disbursements of $21,076,634.76. I want to just make a note that there is a payment to the Board of Education for $6,708,727.92. In addition, the general government is $12,863,773.84, which include the health insurance and Medicare B. There was no payroll this week. My motion is for payment of bills.
Second.
Thank you. Motion by Council Vice President Davila, second by
Discussion.
Councilman Kalik, and thank you for Council Vice President and CFO for stating that there will be a payment to the Board of Ed, and then in next month's bill, there will be an additional payment for the Board of Ed. Councilman Velez?
Yeah, through the chair, CFO, Mr. B.A. Lau, I believe two past meetings, we approved and ratified contracts with the city and union. CFO, can you tell me when we're going to disperse the retro to those employees?
CFO?
Councilman, for the health department and the SOA, police SOA will be for the next pay, the next
pay?
payroll.
Next payroll? So
Yes.
it will be approved by the next workshop, correct? Or next payroll?
The one after that. It's the
Oh.
payroll of the
March?
February 27th.
February 27th?
February 27th pay.
Audience out there, February 27th, retro will be in your check. Thank you.
And
Thank you.
for the firefighters, they're getting it on this pay.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you
Council
for
Thank you, and they were already told, thank you for that, Councilman Velez, they were informed. Council Vice President?
Council President, I just got a text from a constituent that the sound is horrible.
Oh, I have to repeat what I said?
So, no, it just sounds muffled. So, Raphael? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, they're working on it. Madam Clerk, roll call.
Yes, roll call for the payment of bills in the amount of $21,076,634.76. Councilwoman Cotton?
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Before I do vote, I think it would be prudent for this council to call a meeting of a committee of the whole alongside of the Paterson Public School Board. The school board is making decisions that is extremely detrimental to the members of our public. We are the body that's responsible for paying them. Therefore, there should be a level of accountability on some of the decisions that they're making. And with that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is no.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Kalik?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Mendez? Councilman Omar?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Udine?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Before I vote for the payment of bills, I just want to say thank you to the Board of Education to allow School 30, School 15, and Eastside High School, when they was removing the snow from Market Street, Park Avenue, in the area, to allow the residents to park in those facilities and make it easy. And School 21 also, we need to reflect that on the record, and DPW did a great job in those areas and making sure the residents had a parking in between the cleaning of those streets. the Fifth Ward is the heart of Paterson, and I believe if the Fifth Ward be good, the whole entire city will look good. So my vote is yes to payment of bills.
Thank you, Councilman. Council President?
Thank you. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The votes are 7 in favor, 1 against, 1 absent. Payment of bills is hereby adopted.
We're going to go to the consent agenda, but just before we do that, Madam Clerk, Councilman Mendez said he will be a couple minutes late. Consent agenda, Madam Clerk.
1 second, please. Consent agenda. All matters listed under the consent agenda are considered to be routine by the council and will be enacted by one motion. The items listed under the consent agenda are numbers 6 through 14. Any item may be removed from the consent agenda by the request of any council member, and if so removed, will be treated as a separate matter.
So move.
Second.
Moved by
Second.
Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilman Velez and
Council President.
Udine. Discussion, Councilwoman Davila.
Just quickly, Madam Clerk, number 6 should be sponsored by Councilman, oh my God.
Omar.
Omar.
Number
Just
6.
a Udine. And in addition, Councilman Velez, which item is it?
Number 6.
Number 6, yeah.
Item number 6. No, that's the one you want to be added on?
Yes, I spoke to Councilman
Okay,
Omar.
so my apologies, Madam Clerk, sponsored by Councilman Omar and Councilman Velez, Mims, and Davila.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Discussion,
Discussion, Councilman Jackson.
number 13.
Ryan White?
He's not here.
But the BA.
Mr. B.A., you can.
Item number 13, Mr. BA. Can you speak to item 13?
Department of Health and Human Services, Ryan White.
Is there a question, or you just want to?
Councilman Jackson is asking for an overview.
The City of Paterson Health Department facilitates the Ryan White federal grant, not only for Paterson, but for Passaic County and a section of Bergen County, maybe the entire county. The Ryan White program is a federal program to combat the spread of HIV and AIDS-related illnesses. So our health department facilitates those services for Paterson and the regional area.
No, I'm aware, I apologize. I'm aware of what it is and what the Ryan White does, but do we have any reports on, it says it's the 4th and final year. Do we have any reports on performance and what you know, the benefits, how many, the number of members that are served, or
We can ask the director for that. He was here last week and prepared to speak on this subject because it was listed, and it didn't come up from any member of the council.
So he didn't provide any information that you can speak to. So here's this item is before the council for approval, and we don't have anyone who can speak to it. 13. Give me 1 second, Council President. Can we remove item number 13, please, Madam Clerk?
Sure, Madam Clerk, let's do consent agenda, and we'll move item 13 as a regular item. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on consent, except for item 13.
That's it.
Yes.
Okay. Roll call on the consent agenda with the exception of item number 13. Councilwoman Cotton? Yes. Councilwoman Davila?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Kalik?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez? Councilman Omar? Yes, Madam Clerk. Thank you. Councilman Udine?
Yes.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Velez?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Council President?
Yes.
Thank you. The votes are 8 in favor, 1 absent. The consent agenda is hereby adopted.
Item number 15, Madam Clerk. Oh, item 13, I'm sorry. Item 13?
15?
13.
13, okay. Oh, I don't have it. Item number 13, It's a resolution authorizing the fourth and final option year renewal contract with Collaborative Research LLC for support services. I need the agenda. For support services, RFP number 2022-25 for the Ryan White My and Hopwa programs of the Department of Health and Human Services.
So move.
Second.
One second,
Moved by
please.
Councilman Velez and Davila, second by Council President Mims.
This item is a Health and Human Services item, resolution number 26:088.
So move.
Moved by Councilman Velez and Davila, second by Council President Mims. Roll call on item discussion, Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam President. Mr. BA, so I noticed that there's two disbursements, $100,000 and then $30,000. And this disbursement is going to Collaborative Research LLC. So we don't have a more descriptive outline of exactly what this agency is doing? Support services.
Councilman, this is the fourth and final year of the contract. As I had mentioned, the director was here specifically to speak on this item at the work session if there were questions from the council, and there weren't any. So the work session would have been
So
a great opportunity.
basically, as the BA, signing authority,
Right.
you're basically telling me there were no questions then so tough. I don't have the liberty to ask a question now.
I did not state that. Our health director is the subject matter expert on
But
this.
I asked a question,
Right.
which I didn't expect the answer to be, this was here last week, and you didn't have a question last week. I mean, that's definitely not an answer
well, but my
that I
answer-
would think would be acceptable.
My answer that I gave you several minutes ago remains my answer. The City of Paterson and the Health Department facilitates the Ryan White Federal Program, and every year for the last 4 years, we've collaborated with this company to help facilitate that service. If you want a specific, very detailed outline of what they do, a report, we'd be happy to provide that. But I am not in a position to give a detailed dissertation on this item tonight.
So the first thing is, my question was a different question. The first time I asked for an outline, you basically gave a overview, but I'm asking specifically this entity, this organization, what is it that they provide? What services do they provide for $130,000? And if you don't know, I mean, that's fine. You don't know, but that's definitely a question that warrants an answer. And forgive me, because I don't know if you've served as a BA in the past, but when Senator Poe sat there, any question that was asked from any director, and I'm sure Director Rodriguez could acknowledge this, she was prepared to at least answer the question. As the signing authority, she knew why we're writing a check to an entity and what exactly are they doing. And as a responsible scenario, I would think that at the very least, there would be an outline here of what they do, but I digress. We can move forward. I apologize.
Council President.
Thank you. Roll.
Council President.
Councilman Velez.
The first way I asked, it says that the city adopted resolution 22-19 on January 18, 2022 was awarded a contract to the Competitive Contracting Collaborative of Research LLC. That is in 2022. Now, we're in 2026. I'm fully aware that this will serve all those individuals that are struggling with this HIV pandemic as in the world, and it's in all over the city of Paterson, it's all over in other municipalities that needs this service. And to question the BA and trying to belittle his expertise is out of, for me, is out of line. But if the council and this side do not understand what is this for, I don't think we've been voting for the past 4 years for this type of program, and I think we should move forward. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you. Roll
Council
call.
President.
Councilman Jackson.
So first of all, I had already acknowledged that we should move forward, but to the councilman's point, who's extremely uneducated on what the process of what our obligation here is, the council. Whereas the Municipal Council of the City of Paterson adopted resolution number 220919 in January, that's not telling us the performance of what we've done. This council is supposed to be the responsible body that when we give away money, regardless of where the money came from, when we just blank check right to an entity, we understand exactly the services that they've rendered. We understand the performance evaluation of what they rendered. How many people are they serving? For these people, what services are they supplying? Now, I'm not expecting the BA to understand all of those intricate details, right? And I will acknowledge, normally, the Director of Health and Human Services is here to answer to these questions. But as a body who's continuously writing checks and getting poor service provided by various entities, whether it's the garbage company, whether it's the, various contracts that we have, we should be scrubbing all of the contracts, making sure that the services that they're being paid for, that they're actually rendering. You can't do that if you're not asking for a report. So for you to insinuate that there's an attempt to belittle the BA as the signing authority, and I'm only talking about past practices. I had an opportunity to watch the Congresswoman sit there as a BA, and she had a question. I mean, she had an answer for every question. Am I wrong? Did she not have an answer every single time a question was asked? Every single time a question was asked, she had an educated answer. She didn't just say, I don't know. They was here last week. You guys didn't have any questions, so, get out of my face with this right now. That's not how things work here. But anyway, I digress. We can move on.
Thank you. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 13 for adoption. Councilwoman Cotton? Yes. Councilwoman Davila?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Kalik?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes.
Councilman Omar?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Udine?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Council President?
Yes.
Thank you. The votes are 9 in favor, none against. Item number 13 is hereby adopted.
Thank you. Item 15, Madam Clerk.
Item what?
Item 15.
Item number 15 is a resolution authorizing the second and final option year renewal contract with Millennium Strategies, LLC, for grant writing services for the City of Paterson, RFP number 2021.34, administration, resolution number 26:090.
So move.
Second. Moved by Councilman Velez, Davila, second by Mims and Mendez. Roll call on 15, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 15. Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Very good. Very good. Thank you. Council President, I think that we should indulge an opportunity for a break to allow the technical difficulties to be worked out. I just got another call from another resident who's saying that, and you can actually hear it in the hallway, you can hear how bad it is, but they're complaining that they can't make out what anyone is saying, and I'm fearful that this is being placed on record this way. When we go back and watch these videos, okay, yeah, we understand we have a stenographer, but the record that most people in the city of Paterson is gonna turn to is the video recording, and it's not audible at all, Madam Clerk. So, Council President, I don't know if you think it's not robbery to allow for an opportunity for YouTube is good.
So Councilman Jackson, YouTube is fine. There's issues on the cable channel, which the cable companies are working on, but YouTube, if they can't do it, they can go to the YouTube channel.
Okay. All right, fine, that's fine. Where are we? Are we in roll call?
Yes.
All right, so one of the things that is very disappointing to me, it's a matter of how this council has taken the stance on rushing through all of the things we do. Now, this contract here with Millennium Strategies, relative to its performance and how the residents have benefited. And I'm hoping, at the very least, and Mr. B.A., I don't expect you to answer any questions on this item, 'cause especially now we're already in roll call, but my phone has not stopped ringing this entire week. And I know you're not a resident of the city of Paterson, so it doesn't impact you much, and I'm not sure how much it's a concern of yours. But there are residents that have gotten tax increases, or let me say their assessments for their homes that have been 3 to 4 times the value of what their previous assessments were. And to add to that, the notice that went out to the public, it was a bit much misleading, if you will, because it posted there that there was going to be a tax rate reduction from 5.3 down to 2.261, which is extremely misleading. I think that while we're continuously moving on items such as this for grants and things of that nature relative to the council, we should be talking about how this money is being dispersed and how it is benefiting the taxpayers. And more importantly, I'm hoping at some point tonight, especially, I know it's not on the agenda, but we should get some kind of outline on the ramifications of these new assessments, and what are we going to do when taxpayers are incapable of paying their bill? What guarantees do they have that the tax rate is going to actually be reduced to 2.6%, and et cetera? But, Madam Clerk, on this item, I cannot support this. My vote is no, but I'm hoping that we can get an answer on some of these more pressing items, how taxpayers are being impacted. My vote is no.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Kalik.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Mendez.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Omar.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Udine.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
So, Mr. B.A., I know we're in voting section, but I know this millennial strategy had brought in last year only $40 million. Can you please elaborate a list? How much money? I know $40 million in grants and, grant writers out there. A list, how the residents have been benefit on those $40 million. That's the right question to do. My vote is yes on it.
Thank you, Councilman. Council President.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The votes are 8 in favor, 1 against. Item number 15 is hereby adopted.
Item number 17, Madam Clerk.
Item number 17 is a resolution honoring Dr. Joseph S. Fulmore Sr., celebrating his 80th birthday and his commitment to the children and to the community, sponsored by Councilwoman Ruby N. Cotton, Council President Dr. Lalisa Mims, and Council Vice President Maritza Davila. City Council, Resolution Number 26:092.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Cotton, Mims, and Davila. Second by Velez,
Council President.
Mendez, and Udine. Roll call on item 17.
Can-
I added you.
Can I add, you add me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Can you tell on the record?
You want to be added as a sponsor?
Yes, please, because he was a good teacher for my kid. And that's why they are
Councilwoman Cotton.
productive.
Co-sponsored by Councilman Velez.
Good, thank you.
Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 17.
Roll call on item number 17 for adoption. Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This is a resolution honoring Dr. Fulmore for going to be celebrating his 80th birthday. I wish him well. He has been working for the Board of Ed since the 1970s. He was assistant superintendent. He was actually the first one to start the initiation with the young black boys in the city of Paterson at Public School Number 6, where he had the opportunity back in the 80s to take those young men to the South, I think it was South Africa that he was able to take these young men to. So with that being said, this is truly for him to be able to celebrate 80 years of being on this earth. I want to say happy birthday to you, Dr. Fulmore. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Davila.
It's always great, to talk about history
Yeah.
and see someone like Dr. Fulmore, who has been part of our our school system for so many years, working with our youth and our community. I haven't had the pleasure of working very closely with him, but I have had the pleasure of working with his daughter, Jada Fulmore. And let me tell you, she's dynamite, and that is just an offspring of who her father and mother are. So I just want to say I'm happy that I'm able to be part here today and see his celebration. So I'm looking forward to Sunday, March 1st, okay, where we'll be presenting to him this recognition. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Kalik?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Omar?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Udine?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
So when I made my statement that he was a good teacher for my kids, when I brought my kids from Erie, Pennsylvania to Paterson, he was the first one to say, trust me, Eastside High School is a good school. And that's one of the good things. But one thing that he said is, but I need help from parents to get involved in school. And there was Councilwoman Ruby Cotton there with me, and I could talk highly about Mr. Fulmore. And if I have professional kids in my life, is because they are proud of Paterson School District. So saying that, congratulations on your birthday, and God give you health to continue working with all of us in this city. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Council President?
Thank you. Thank you. Paterson is greater, especially in the educational system. He's mentored, trained, and helped so many people from schools like School 6, which is the Senator Frank Lautenberg School, and the Scholars Program at school number 28. And he continues to mentor and help people in the area of education. My vote is yes for Dr. Fulmore.
Thank you. The votes are 9 in favor, none against. Item number 17 is hereby adopted.
Item number 16, Madam Clerk.
Item number 16 is a resolution honoring the 182nd anniversary of Dominican Independence Day, sponsored by Council Vice President Maritza Davila and co-sponsored by the remaining council members. City Council, Resolution number 26:091.
Second.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilwoman Mims, Cotton,
And Velez.
Mendez, Velez, Udine, Omar. Roll call on item number 16,
Council
Madam Clerk.
President,
Yes.
Councilman Velez has asked to be added. And just so you know, and many of you all know that I'm not Dominican, but I do bear a Dominican son. And as we were celebrating Black History here February 1st, I realized that, you know, within our meetings, we're supposed to be able also to celebrate the independence, 182 years of independence. So in honor of my son, I took the privilege, since Councilman Mendez was not available to do so, I thought we have to, it doesn't matter who sponsors, but the fact that we are going to celebrate 182 years, that is why I took. So I know that Councilman Velez has asked, and if Councilman Mendez would like to also be a sponsor, he is welcome to do so as well. Thank you. All right, so.
So
Madam Clerk?
add sponsors, Velez.
Davila, Velez, Mendez.
And
then
Mendez.
the remaining council, if it's okay, to be the co-sponsor.
Yes.
Perfect.
Okay.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 16. Councilwoman Davila.
The Dominican community is a vibrant community. They have been, you know, coming into Paterson the way I should say it, but he who has come in our schools, businesses are thriving, homeowners, and I just want to say again, I'm doing this in honor for the leaders, and even the ones that are not leaders are just at home watching right now, but especially for my son. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Well, since Councilwoman Davila is able to be a sponsor due to her son, I should be a sponsor due to my grandson. I have a Dominican grandson.
You can put me on board too.
And I have the absolute best Dominican aide that the city is seeing with the utmost integrity, which integrity speaks volumes. But it's an honor to be a part of this, and my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Kalik.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Mendez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Councilwoman Davila, thank you. I was missing at the last meeting. I appreciate that, and thank you for adding me as a sponsor also as well. And definitely we're celebrating the 182 years anniversary of our independence in the Dominican Republic. And I would like to invite the council every February 27. I host an event here in the chamber. So all the council members that are involved to celebrate the Dominican Independence Day with music, with food, and so we're going to have a great time. With that being said, my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Omar?
I look forward to celebrating with our Dominican community. My vote is yes, Madam
Thank
Clerk.
you. Councilman Udine?
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Velez?
Congratulations to the Dominican community and the 182nd anniversary of the independence. And also, I want to congratulate the new Congresswoman from the 11th District,
Yes.
Ms. Mejias.
Mejia. Yes.
Yes, I'm sorry. My vote is yes. Let's continue celebrating together and united.
Council
My vote is
President?
yes.
Councilman Velez, you took my thunder. My vote is yes. Congratulations to our Dominican brothers and sisters. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The votes are 9 in favor, none against. Item number 16 is hereby adopted.
Item number 18.
Item number 18 is a resolution authorizing the award of contract to Johnson Controls, Inc. for the maintenance service agreement for the HVAC at the Paterson Safety Complex under Sourcewell contract number 080824-JHN for the Department of Public Works. Public Works item resolution number 26:093.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Mims, second by Cotton and Udine. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 18 for adoption. Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Davila. Councilman Jackson.
For the public safety complex? Well, I know this is desperately needed, but I'm going to pass, Madam Clerk, very quickly. Give me 1 second.
Okay. Councilman Kalik.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Mendez.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Omar.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Udine.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Council President. The votes are 9.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The votes are 9 in favor, none against. Item number 18 is hereby adopted.
Item number 19, Madam Clerk.
Item number 19 is a resolution authorizing the award of contract to Hudson County Motors, Inc. for the purchase and delivery of one 2025 Western Star 47X chassis under TIPS Co-op contract number 230802 for the Department of Public Works. Public Works item resolution number 26:095.
So move.
Moved by Councilwoman Davila, second by Velez and Mendez. Roll call on the item number 19, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 19 for adoption. Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Kalik.
Yes.
Councilman Mendez.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Omar.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Udine.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Council President.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The votes are 9 in favor, none against. Item number 19 is hereby adopted.
Item number 20, Madam Clerk.
Item number 20, resolution authorizing rejection of all bids for vehicle maintenance and repair services, bid number 26.01 for the Department of Public Works. Public Works item resolution number 26:095.
Moved by
So
Cotton,
moved.
second by Kalik and Velez. Roll call on item number 20, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 20. Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Director Rodriguez, I know we're already in roll call. Maybe you and I can have a sidebar after this. I'm trying to figure out, and I know it's a rejection of bids, but why aren't we doing what's necessary to build our capacity within the department? But Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Kalik.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Mendez?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Omar?
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Udine?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Velez?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Council President?
Yes.
Thank you. The votes are 9 in favor, none against. Item number 20 is hereby adopted.
Item 21, Madam Clerk.
Item number 21, the resolution to rescind Resolution number 25:466 and authorizing the award of contract to Assurance Auto Body Collision, Inc. for collision auto body repairs for vehicles over 14,000 pounds, GVWR, rebid number 25.23.1 for the City of Paterson Public Works, Resolution number 26:096.
Discussion.
Moved by Councilwoman Cotton, second by Mims and Davila. Discussion, Councilman Velez.
I know Director probably is going to answer quickly. So we are rescinding the first and give it to the second. Why? Can you tell us why?
Wait a minute.
Okay. Your mic, sorry.
Is it disconnected from there?
Wait a minute. IT?
Yeah, thanks God you tested now before we saw the poll. No, it's over there, poll portion.
Wait, it's stuck by you or him?
Or can we give him the handheld? Can we give him the handheld?
Yeah. He could speak over here. He could use one of the mics.
No, we'll give him the handheld. We'll put the handheld in.
Oh, it's disconnected.
When volume is not still okay, people still can check.
Is unplugged there? You get it.
No, it's not. What's this?
Thank you. We'll use the handheld tonight. It works the same.
You look better on that microphone, yeah. Go ahead.
Now, this company, we're rescinding the bid because they don't have the facility to handle like our garbage trucks, ambulances, anything bigger than a regular car. They won't be able to handle that kind of work, so that's why we're rescinding.
Okay, so the bottom on the resolution here says $65 an hour, labor rate, not responsible. Can you clarify that word, non-responsible?
The non-responsible means that their facility is not adequate to hold our vehicles.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Council President.
You're welcome. Councilman Jackson.
So this is for body work,
Yeah, this
Director?
part of it is for body work.
So I noticed you talked about ambulances. So this contract is to cover body work for PD, for FD, for everything. So it runs through you. So all of the vehicles that require body work, they
This would
have.
be the facility for them.
I'm sorry.
This would have been the facility for them, not just DPW.
So this would be for all city vehicles, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And do we have a report on how many vehicles require body work, and how many vehicles do we have had body work over the last year?
I could get you what Public Works has. I don't have to ask the other department heads for their departments.
So, okay, so if this contract is being facilitated through DPW, but it is actually to cover the work required for all vehicles, there's not one reporting system? Like,
Now, I believe all, like even the auto maintenance, the one we just rejected the bids, it also covers all cities, but it came through DPW, just the way it's been.
okay, so that also requires, so that was specifically for diesel
Yeah.
vehicles, right?
Yeah.
And so but any other work that's taking place on the prospective vehicles within various departments, they have their own prospective motor pools, right? We have a PD motor pool, they do their mechanic work, fire department motor pool, but specifically when it comes to body work, all of these vehicles get outsourced. It's coming through, and what's the bid amount?
40,000.
Yeah, not to exceed.
Not to
Not to exceed 40,000. So, $40,000. I mean, I see police vehicles like licked up pretty bad, and I also see DPW vehicles. So what is the requirement when we do actually utilize this contract? It's only $40,000 for.
Well, I do believe we still have another auto body, the one on 38th and Market Street. I forget the name of it, PMM. Used to be PNM. We also use them. They're on contract also.
So, okay. So, I'm sorry, Madam President, through the chair, Mr. CFO, are there not any procurement restrictions with regard to delegating portions of the same required service? I mean, technically, right? I guess it's just designated to the contractee. But if we have a contract that's not to exceed 40,000, therefore, this isn't 45,000 is the threshold, correct?
Yeah, this contract is for the larger vehicles. So their facility couldn't handle the larger vehicles, a garbage truck, an ambulance, maybe a bus somebody has. That they couldn't handle the vehicle. That's why we're rescinding the contract.
But are we actually doing body work on a garbage truck?
On garbage, yeah, if it needs it, if it's leaking, we got to weld the body. Most of our stuff is regular cars, but I never seen a garbage truck have to get front end work. It's usually just welding up the
front end
body.
wouldn't consist of body
Like
work.
hitting something and crashing a bumper, but this is usually for welding work on the body, for the hopper and stuff like that.
So general maintenance, for only $40,000, I would assume that, considering the amount of damaged vehicles we have, can we get a report on that, please? Specifically, whatever, and that includes the other contract as well for the other vendor.
Okay.
And why are we going out to bid if this is a contract not to exceed 40,000?
Why are we going out? Because we can't perform that service in-house.
No, I understand that, but this falls
so that we don't have
this
to-
falls under the bid threshold, correct?
Yeah, that would be a procurement issue with Harry. Harry would have to tell you why he wanted to do it this way.
Understood. All right, very good.
Thank you. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 21.
Roll call on item number 21. Councilwoman Cotton. Okay. I don't think her mic is up or something. Okay, thank you. Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson.
I'm a bit on the fence with this item, mostly because of the lack of reporting and lack of understanding. I don't think that $40,000 is sufficient, considering the amount of, and I understand the director is talking about the more large-scale vehicles. I do have some trust and faith in this not being misguided. I just don't think that this is serving us well. It's only $40,000, but obviously this feels like a service that we can hire someone for and start doing in-house. You can only determine that if we have reports on how many vehicles we're repairing for $40,000. But I want to support this director, but I really can't. I know it's not falls on the burden on your plate, but I need to see some more documentation on what exactly we're approving here. My vote is no.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Kalik.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Mendez.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Director, even though I understand that the number is kind of low for the size of the vehicle that we're planning to serve, but I understand that we have another contract. If you could give me a copy of the other contract, I would like to know the numbers, so just to compare with this one, the other
Okay.
the contract with the other vendor that we have that take care of most of our fleet. I understand that this is for big size only. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Omar?
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Udine?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Velez?
My vote is yes.
Thank you. Council President?
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The votes are 8 in favor, 1 against. Item number 21 is hereby adopted.
Item 22, Madam Clerk.
Item number 22 is a resolution authorizing change order number 1 for the 2023 State Aid Road Resurfacing Program, bid number 24.22 for the Engineering Division of the Department of Public Works, Public Works Resolution number 26:097.
So move.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Council President Mims and Udine. Roll call on item 22, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 22.
Discussions for a minute. Discussion for a minute.
Discussion, Councilman Velez.
Thank you, Council President. This is a good news that is reducing the amount that was bid for, and they saving us $27,124.49. Director, can we put that money in another small project on roads, for example? We have some kind of roads that are speedways, and they could put speed humps or whatever with that kind of money?
I don't believe so. This money comes from the iBank, so we would have to rebid anything that money would be used for. We
Okay.
couldn't just put it on anything.
All right, thank you, but congratulations, because they did the work with less money.
Yeah, Council
Roll
President.
call, Madam-
Council President.
Councilman Mendez.
Thank you. Director, I know you heard the speed bump and the speed hump many times. We passed this legislation a few years ago. Let's look into, we're doing a lot of resurfacing. Let's put that in perspective, because as you know, people are flying here in Paterson. When they go out of town, they slow down. As soon as they get into Paterson, it's 50 and 60 miles per hour on residential area, especially 11th Avenue, 12th Avenue, all over the place. So please, thanks, Council President.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 22. Councilwoman Cotton? Councilwoman Davila?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Kalik? Councilman Mendez?
Councilman Mendez.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Omar?
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Udine?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Before I vote, Director, so as you know that we have passed an ordinance about speed humps, bumps, but some areas are really in need, though. If you think about the school areas, some of the streets we repaved, we could have considered bumps on those particular streets. So I think next time if we come up with more resurfacing, which is coming up in the spring as well, I think that should be in the consideration, not only the people's request, but we have to see that what zone we really need to add bumps or humps. So, but it's a great news that we came up with the decrees, and after a long time I have seen that positive change, I would say, with that work order. So my vote is yes, of course.
Thank you. Councilman Velez?
The director was clear. Moving forward, he's going to look into the scope of work at every street, and the department engineering and the traffic engineer will see if it's merit to see if we could go out to bid with those requirements, and hopefully they come low, that we could fulfill the community with the speed humps. So my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Council President?
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The votes are 9 in favor, none against. Item number 22 is hereby adopted.
Item number 23, Madam Clerk.
Item number 23 is a resolution authorizing a contract extension with ProLift Equipment Services, Inc. for vehicle maintenance and repair services, bid number 24.02, for a period of up to 3 months for the Department of Public Works. Public Works Resolution number 26:098.
Moved by Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilwoman Mims. Discussion, Councilman Mendez, and then Councilman Udine.
Thank you. Director, why 3 months?
To give us a chance to go out to bid again, get the big specs together and go about. This is, we're extending them because we're rejecting the other bids that was 19, I believe it was, 1918. So we needed the contractor on contract to continue to service our heavier trucks.
With the existing contract.
Yes.
So we should have, before the 3 months, we should have another resolution.
Hopefully before the 3 months, we'll bring another resolution to give another contractor or whoever wins the bid the contract.
Very good. All right, thank you.
Council President.
Councilman Udine and then Councilwoman
Thank you,
Cotton.
Council President. I had similar question that why 3 months, but you have answered the question.
It's mandatory. I mean, not mandatory, but it's just what we...
No, the reason is, are you going for another bid or bid was rejected, whatever the situation, we wanted to know that.
Yeah, the bids were rejected. We're going to go out and, I guess, bid again. We'll talk
And
to
how,
Harry tomorrow.
so what's the service, how they're doing service? Do you think they can be renewed or like, I don't, if I ask you about their performance, how would you
Their
recommend?
performance?
Yeah.
Their performance is great.
All right, sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to say to you, Director, that we wasn't able to get another bid in yet because I want everyone to understand that once we go out to bid, Harry is the one that put the specs together along with your help of what you're looking for, and normally it takes 60 days to go out to bid, come back, and let me remind council members, everyone has the right to go upstairs when they open up bids just to see who gets the bid. But it's normally a turnaround of about 60 days. So now I know Harry probably put it together, a person agent, to go out to bid, give them 60 days, they bring it back in, they have an opening date, they have to publicize that opening date for whoever else wants to come in there. So that's why they have to extend it for 3 months. Thank you, Director.
Council President.
Councilman Velez.
So I noticed that this expired in January 31st. It's going to be starting on February 1st up to April 30th. This is for repairs of vehicle. Director, this will include parts or no?
Yeah, they with their services, the parts.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 23, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Davila. Yes. Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Kalik. Yes. Councilman Mendez.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Omar.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Udine.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Before I vote, Director, you could submit me a list of how many vehicles we still have in those shops. A list, how many are in repairs and still waiting for, and making sure they get paid to get released. My vote is yes.
Councilwoman Mims.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The votes are 9 in favor, none against. Item number 23 is hereby adopted.
Madam Clerk, let's do our second reading ordinances. Item number 1.
Item number 1 is a second reading ordinance. Public hearing is required. Ordinance converting the intersection of Trenton Avenue and Illinois Avenue from two-way stop control to all-way stop control to improve public safety.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Mims and Omar, second by Councilman Velez and Mendez. Public hearing is now open.
Seeing no move to close.
Seeing none, move to close on item number 1.
Give 3 seconds.
Seeing none, move to close by Councilman Mendez, second by Udine. Roll call to close the public hearing for the conversion of Trenton and Illinois Ave. Madam Clerk, roll call.
Roll call to close the public hearing on item number 1. Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Davila. Yes. Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Kalik.
Yes.
Councilman Mendez.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Omar. Yes, Madam Clerk. Councilman Udine.
He's not stating.
Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Thank you. Council President.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The votes are 8 in favor, 1 absent.
Roll call on item number 1, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 1 for adoption. Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Davila. Yes. Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Kalik.
Yes.
Councilman Mendez.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Omar.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'll speak more about both of them at the next item, but my vote is yes.
Thank you.
And,
Councilman
I wanna-
Udine.
Go.
Councilman Velez.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Mims.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The votes are 9 in favor, none against. Item number 1 is hereby adopted.
Item number 2, Madam Clerk.
Item number 2 is an ordinance converting the intersection of Trenton Avenue and Florida Avenue from two-way stop control to all-way stop control to improve public safety. Public Works Ordinance number 26-005.
Second.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Davila and Omar, second by Councilman Velez and
Councilman
Udine.
Udine. Thank you, Councilman.
public
Paterson.
hearing is now open on the converting the intersection of Trenton Ave.
See none.
Chair now
Second.
moves to close.
Hold on, there's somebody in
Yeah.
the audience. That's why I said give 3 seconds.
We're opening the public hearing only to discuss the intersection of Trenton and Florida Ave from a two-way control to an all-way stop per the residents in that ward.
Okay. My question was, how is this determined? Like, which areas are going to get the always stop?
So,
Because this looks like it's sectioned to one area of the city. So how is it done?
so what happens is there's a request that is made. It was made by the residents through the councilman of that ward. It's sent to our traffic engineer. They do a traffic study with recommendations on the traffic flow for the direction, whether it's southbound, northbound, east, or west. Once that is determined, right, based on the accident reports, there's a whole data report that goes with it. Then it goes to our DPW committee, which is comprised of 4 council members. I'm not sure if all 4 showed up to the committee meeting, but they go to a committee meeting to discuss it, and then it's brought forward. So it's a process that's not done overnight. It takes a little while for it to happen. This has been going on for some months at this point.
So there's no overall system for the citywide, like, to triage areas where something like this is needed? That it would, is there a system like that?
Council President.
There is not a system-wide approach. However, if it is a request, that can be made, we can make that to the BA to look throughout the city to see if there's some issues based on traffic studies, accident reports, and all of those things. So I can, to the BA, we can do that. We do have, there's been some areas that has been done in transitioned or changed and converted based on requests, based on council members that are in their prospective wards or at large. So that's how those changes
Council
happen,
President.
based on
Council President.
those requests.
May I please?
Councilman
To help
Velez.
you a little bit, man, we just passed 2 resolution requesting through UEZ funding. We identified around the city, streets and corridors that need 4-way stop sign and strips to pedestrian safety as you requested. That's a big list that we have. It was approved about 2 meetings ago, and as soon as we get the funding, DPW will install reflective stop signs and strip corners in a city at large. So you probably, if you have a concern in any other streets that you're concerned, you could bring it forward, and we will lobby for that.
What I'm asking is that the city do that. Like, as residents, there are some things that we expect that you would do for us. For instance, it seemed at one point that the road repair was restricted to an area based on, it almost seemed like favoritism. It was not equal. So there is a streets and roads. So somebody should be going through the city and determining where is there an issue in the city. Some people work 2 and 3 jobs, so you're asking us to tell you what streets are unsafe. I mean, we do that, but still, we think that we're paying for something. And so we're asking, is there a system in place for the city to do that? There's a whole streets and road department. The potholes on Cianci, I believe that's Cianci Street, Governor Street. So some resident would have to say, would you fix that because it feels like my whole car is gonna end up in one of these holes? There's no one else that's riding through the city that's getting paid as a city employee that could bring that to your attention?
So just to answer that, Councilman Velez, so we can move on. Just to answer that, there is a full assessment that has been done 4 potholes in that, as far as asking for this, because this item that we're speaking on now is to convert streets into 4-way stops with one-ways. That's what this item. But what you're requesting, we have done that. There is a full assessment that has been done of the streets. That's how we're determining the repaving of the streets. Our director, I think he just left. We have a full assessment of the streets. That's the list we've been working on, and we've done at least 160 streets have been repaved in the city, and we have 50 more that will be done by the end of this year.
Okay.
So that is being done. But Mr. BA, can you just put that request, because that's not what's on here, is not the item we're discussing,
Yes.
but just put that on as a request
And I do have a
for
lack
this
of
conversion.
confidence, because the item number been granted this contract, but that the vehicles were too large. When you know that you have city sweepers, when you know that you have fire trucks, when you know that you have large vehicles in the city. So what were the specifications? So some of the stuff put something out for bid, you tell the people what you need and what you want and what you expect. You don't award a contract if they can't meet the minimum requirements.
So, Ms. Hannibal, we thank you for that, but right now we're on public hearing only for converting, not to talk about the other issues in the city. That's for public portion.
I'm just saying I have a lack of
I hear you. I hear you.
Council President.
But if we're only opening public hearing if you're coming to talk about the intersection changing of Trenton Ave and Florida Ave. If it is not pertaining to that, then you can speak on it during public portion.
Council President.
Good evening. Can we let her?
Council President, I know.
One second. Can we just hear from the residents?
Okay.
Yes.
Good evening.
Good evening.
All right, so I was curious, how many requests does it actually take for someone to, for you guys to go through that whole process of turning the 2-way stop sign to a 4-way stop sign? Some of them I like, some of them I don't. So I'm just curious, does it just take one resident for the city of Paterson?
No.
So
when the request,
give me an idea.
so when the request comes in, it's not just because someone wants it, because just because you want it doesn't mean because it is going to happen. First, they have to check to see how many accidents have taken place. They have to check to see traffic flow, traffic concerns, the direction of where it should go. That takes a little while. Then the next step is, then they send out recommendations on what it should be, whether it should be nothing, maybe they should trim a tree, whatever that looks like. Then it goes through committees, so that process could take up to 5 to 6 months. Because bringing it to the place of an ordinance, like for example, we're on the second reading where we're doing final vote tonight. This had to go through a first reading, workshop, first reading vote, and then a second reading, workshop, second reading vote, and then if this is approved tonight when we're voting, it will not take place for 20 more days. So it takes some time.
All right, so then my follow-up question would be, once you're getting those reports, right, does the input of the residents that's actually in that area get notified before, or you guys just solely rely on what Public Works say and then just vote yes?
So for the most part, it goes by the information that's provided, whether it's through residents in the area, whether it's through, but if there's a concern of an area or particular location that you feel that something was placed that was changed and that you feel that it should not be, we can take that information. Mr. Javier is sitting in the back in the corner. He's a constituent services. Just give that information and then we could give it to the traffic engineer to take a look at it and maybe it could be revisited. So if you feel that is an area that should not have been done or is causing extra concerns, that's something that can be taken a look at as well.
Yeah, it definitely causes a lot more traffic.
Yes. Yeah, thank you. Mr. Javier, could you just get her information? Madam Clerk?
Council President.
Yes.
Thank you, Council President. So, to answer, the young lady just sat down. To answer your question, realistically, yes, all it takes is one resident. It's not, all it takes is one resident. If one resident has an issue, then it can actually be looked into. And again, there's a requirement for supportive data, for accident reports, for road traffic flow studies and things of that nature. But I would like to point out, to Ms. Hannibal's point, right? In the past, so there's a master city plan, and the master plan is often looked over by the professionals that we have on staff, which would be our city engineer, and also would consist of our city traffic engineer. Our traffic engineer retired maybe 3 years ago or so. I don't know how long it was. We don't have a traffic engineer on staff. In fact, I think it was 2 weeks ago, our city engineer bailed and pulled the ripcord because he's in a burning plane. So we don't have a city engineer either. So when you look at some of the decisions that's being made, right? In the past, our former traffic engineer, Mr. Hung Chow, he would base it on multiple item criteria: road traffic volume, density, width of the road, number of accidents that took place, and things of that nature. So yes, there was an overall scope. In many instances, what we do here at the council is more or less have the ability to because again, while council often throws up our hands and say, oh, we can't, there's nothing we can do, that's not the case. The council's the ultimate authority. We decide what gets implemented. If the traffic engineer says, I don't like a four-way stop on Temple and North 7th because there's a hill there, I don't care what you like. The number of accidents there has reduced tremendously since we put that four-way stop there. The same thing goes for 11th Avenue, and I believe it's like 26th or 5th or something like that.
Councilman.
So yes, there is an overall aspect of city planning and how we look at things, but the council looks at it from a perspective of how it impacts the residents. Do residents actually want this here because of the accident count? I get calls all the time. Residents say, you know, my car got hit X amount of times. We need to put, you know, a stop sign there, or, you know, we have a difficulty with police response, so we need to have a traffic measure there. The last point I'll make is, as a municipality overall, we've been so irresponsible, right? So you often hear us being quoted for like an excess of $300,000, and the director left, but there's a light pole that's down now on Mr. BA. A light pole is down on Temple Street, but it's on this side of the bridge. That would be Lower Main, if I'm not mistaken. But there's a light post that's been down on the sidewalk for a few days now, which is an extreme hazard. I know it belongs to public service, but at the very least, we should pick that up, and we shouldn't have the general public walking past these hazards in this fashion. But what I'll say is, we have become so irresponsible with these outside contracts. We're paying well above and beyond what things are valued. So when you look at certain spaces where there should be a traffic light, we can't afford it, so we put stop signs and four-way stops. So it's kind of like a Band-Aid being placed on an open wound, but I mean, that answer. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you. Public,
No.
public, can you, roll call to close the public hearing, Madam Clerk?
We closed the public hearing.
Yeah, we did.
No, we didn't.
No, we didn't. Roll call
Well,
to
no, I
cover
wanted
public
to-
hearing.
I wanted to say something before you
Oh, my
close.
bad. I'm sorry.
No.
Councilwoman Cotton.
I just wanted to say about the stop signs, and you know what I find is that even with all the snow we have, people are still driving fast. Like, they're driving fast, and you know, and you're afraid you're going to hit a snowbank and you're going to tear your car up. So for me, there's certain areas that I know, like I had to slow the traffic down on 11th Avenue, because when they left Madison Avenue, they flew all the way to 33rd Street. So I knew then I had to get the traffic engineer to slow that traffic from Madison Avenue, flying all the way to 33rd, hitting the hill, coming down. So I had to try to figure out, and that's when the traffic engineer. We did have a traffic engineer. Now we have another consulting firm, and they do their research. They get the police report, they get the accident report. You have to slow the traffic down. I mean, I've been in cities where I'm at a stop sign at every corner. Every corner has a stop sign, and I just want to say, you know, and cars are just flying, and you have to slow them down, and you know, you don't. If you don't do a stop sign, you can try to get a light there. Right now, my biggest problem that I'm having now is on Lafayette Street. They're flying from Rosa Parks Boulevard all the way down to Summer Street. Twice a week, somebody's car is getting tore up. So I send it over to the traffic engineer. How do I slow that traffic on Lafayette Street from Rosa Parks Boulevard down to Summer Street? And in between there, you got Mercer Street. But cars are flying up and down, up and down. It don't matter which way they're flying. So
Thank you,
we have to
Councilwoman.
figure out, wait a second, we have to figure out how to be able to, and that's what the traffic engineer is going to study and look at it. So it doesn't just happen, but if you know certain areas needs to get slowed, look at 14th Avenue, look at 15th Avenue. They got stop signs like every 2 or 3 blocks. But they got to slow them down. They're coming from Madison Avenue, flying down to 33rd Street.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We had the motion and second. Roll call, Madam Clerk, to close public hearing.
Roll call to close the public hearing. Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Kalik.
Yes.
Councilman Mendez.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Omar.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Newton.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Velez,
What is this for?
to close the public
Close
hearing.
the public
Okay, yeah, my vote is yes. Yes.
Thank you. Council President?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The votes are 9 in favor. The public hearing is now closed.
Roll call on item number 2, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 2 for adoption. Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So, you know, this is a remedy to help, but it still doesn't cure the issue. And, you know, to Councilwoman Cotton's point, we just implemented it's not a 4-way stop. We changed the street on Clinton to a one-way, and now those cars don't even bother stopping at the stop sign. They just fly right through it. So therefore, I mean, you know, it's obvious that there's a necessity for more enforcement, but these are necessary. They definitely help reduce accidents, and they, in many cases, could save a life. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Kalik.
Vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Mendez.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I think very brief, one of the main issues that we're facing when it comes to speeding in the city of Paterson is that we're not enforcing the law when it comes to speeding in the city of Paterson. When now we have people in residential zone driving 50 miles per hour, 60, and those are the same driver that when they go to Hawthorne or Clifton, they slow down because they know that we enforce the law there. I think that one of the things that we have to do, we got to really pay attention to the traffic division to start enforcing the law in those intersections, double parking, and all the issues that we facing here. People blocking fire hydrant, blocking sidewalk. Our seniors have to get into the street in order for them to cross the street. All those are issues that are affecting our community, that the only way that they're going to be fixed is by enforcing the law that we have in the book when it comes to speeding. We're putting a lot of forward stop sign to force people to slow down, and actually the forward stop sign, that's not the purpose of the forward stop sign, but we have to use that to protect the residents, when in reality what we have to do is enforcing the law that we have in the book and get on top of that issue. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Omar.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'll be brief. Just to the 6th Ward residents that have reached out to me about this has been an ongoing issue, and I think it's long overdue. I said this last meeting. There was about 3 accidents in the month of December, and to my record, there was also 3 in January. So I'm hoping this is a remedy. I will put out a public notice to all the residents there, and I'm hoping that this can improve traffic safety. With that being said, my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Newton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So for the note that we do get requests from the people for the particular areas we send, then traffic studies take place. And I would say about 2 years ago, we converted multiple streets in First Ward especially from 2-way to 1-way. However, on the street signage and writing on the street still there, which is very confusing. So I would like to make sure that if there are 4-way stop signs, as we are having 2 4-way stop signs, we make sure that the signage is posted properly, the lines are there on the street, And same thing in the multiple street, I would say in First Ward was converted from two-way to one-way, but the lines on the street is still there. I requested previously, I still can confirm that the signs are still there, which is very confusing. Looks like still it's two-way. So I want to make sure that things are getting in consideration from Carvin Street to all other streets, from Temple, so many other streets that were converted, but signage not properly posted yet. So this is important as well. Thank you. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Velez.
I just want to set the record clear. Since Hong Chow retired as a traffic engineer at our city, we have the superintendent of traffic, Mr. Robert Satuter, working in conjunction with Jane McGrath and also with Mr. Silverstein from the county to do all the traffic studies that have been testing. 1, 2, okay. That they have been requesting to do the traffic study for any stop signs or whatever. It was mentioned before, this was for the residents of the 6th Ward. No, this is for the visitors, the residents, and all drivers around the city that goes and see a stop sign. Stop sign is not to reduce traffic, it's to stop. And I know this is gonna make it easy to the insurance carrier. Everybody's gonna be 50-54 if they run a stop sign. And the other thing I want to keep clear here, our police department enforce the law. And if you want a data, how many tickets they give of speeding, running traffic light, running stop sign, just ask for that data. Let's not try to say that our police department is not forcing the rules. It's a wrong message sending to those people thinking that they could do whatever they want here in the city of Paterson. Our police department is working. They're working day and night, and that's why we equip those vehicles with plate readers and other equipment for they make sure the quality of life of Paterson is there. So saying that, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Council President.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The votes are 9 in favor, none against. Item number 2 is hereby adopted.
Madam Clerk, we're doing our first reading items. Item
President.
number 3. Councilman Jackson.
So, okay, I understand that we're going into first reading items, and I'm definitely looking forward because I have an item that's there. But I cannot let this moment go by. First of all, I don't think any council member talked about not having faith in the PD and whatever. And this guy, he's leaving out when he's driving drunk and hitting people at running stop signs without being ticketed. And so I definitely think that that there's a need for concern when it comes to how people are abiding by the traffic stops. It was clear he ran the red light. It was clear he was intoxicated. He was never tested. He should have been tested. He should have volunteered to be tested because the young lady accused him of being intoxicated, and it was clear he ran the red light. So also, I cannot help but to notice he also mentioned about whether or not councilmen should request for reports. We all know I've been requesting reports for years. Now, Council President, it is a requirement through the chair, Mr. Ben David. The BA is definitely required to be voted on by this council to be confirmed within 60 days. I know we're about halfway there. Mr. BA, I made multiple requests. The last email I got from you was the Tuesday of the meeting. That was the first email with regard to some of my requests. You did, and I do appreciate you did supply me with those requests for road resurfacing. I asked you for a list of all the cars that was towed during the snowstorm. I noticed, couldn't help but notice that I don't have any emails from you whatsoever. You sit there rather quiet through the night, but we're paying you to work, and I do expect for there to be some kind of performance for you being paid. What county roads were done by the city, and what are we doing to be reimbursed for that? I'm not sure, Madam Clerk. Was his office provided with these list of questions? Because he's looking pretty dumbfounded as if these questions are being heard for the first time. The report on water repair. We had another water main break on River Street the other day where the entire area was flooded and then iced out. Their budget from the Water Commission, and a list of all the contractors that we utilize doing snow removal. These, this is important information, and I'm just emphasizing that because as the councilman so rudely interjected that if we want information, we should just request it. I've been requesting information over and over again. I'm going to continue to request this information. I want to know about the list of cars that was towed during the snowstorm and what are we doing with regard to that. How many tort claims? I do know that there has been a tort claim that's been presented to the Corporation Counsel's office with regard to a blocked driveway. After this council approved legislation to allow homeowners to block their driveway, and this individual is still waiting. So, Mr. BA, I would expect or appreciate an answer on some of these concerns. I do think that some of these concerns are concerns of the public, but at the very least, as a duly elected member of this body, I am entitled to anything that I request, and I'm hoping to get that information. I don't know. Hopefully, I can get it before confirmation.
Council President.
Thank you very much, Councilman Jackson. Councilman Mendez.
Thank you, Council President. And just to, reiterate. In the traffic all the way past by 11th Avenue, people speeding on residential area. Yes, I understand. I never said that the police is not working. But we got to work hard to correct the problem. You have people in our own neighborhood that they don't feel safe because cars are flying through the neighborhood. And that's the reason why I got so many accidents in those intersections. We see it, it's there. And I'm not going to stop, pushing the button because, that's one of the issues that are affecting our community, our residents in our residential zone. And Corporation Council, my legislation is going to be, Mr. VA, my legislation for the returning of the funding for those people that the car was towing during the storm will be next week. Council President, I hope to have that discussion in the next workshop. We cannot take advantage of our residents, the most vulnerable people that live in the city of Paterson because of the storm. Thank you.
Council President.
Councilman Velez, and then Madam Clerk, we're going to item number 3, please.
Council President.
Yes, Councilman.
I don't know why my colleagues get offended when I try to say something that is happening. And I just said that Paterson Police is doing his work. And they just get out of shape. They get so out of shape to mention an accident that I had that everybody knows that I had an accident. It's an accident. But I cannot believe how this councilman from my right, from the first ward, could point at me, but he had 4 fingers pointing at him, and he don't talk about his 31 license suspended, that almost a week ago, or a month ago, he got stopped in Edgewater driving without suspended. While suspended, towed his car, has more problem, and he keep on pointing at me because he thinks he's going to take me out of control. No. We are here to do city business, and if you notice, he does this only for his videos and his YouTube channel, whatever he does. But the police doing his job. What I'm saying is, let's continue doing the job, and let's move on and move forward.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, item number 3.
Item number 3 is a first reading ordinance. No public hearing is required. It's an ordinance amending and abridging the Paterson Code, removing the city from the Garden State Growth Zone, addressing the exemption of improvements to real property from taxation, sponsored by Councilman Michael Jackson, City Council.
Moved by Councilman Jackson. Is there a second?
Second. Discussion?
Second by Councilman Udine. Discussion. Councilman Udine, then Councilman Mendez. Councilman Udine.
All right, thank you, Council President. So I'm not sure who's going to explain a little bit, but I understand that, I was actually researching on this item particularly, and especially about the Garden State Growth Zone addressing exception from improvement of real property, which if I'm not wrong, which was actually originally to attract more developers to come to the city of Paterson. However, it's just given more benefit to the developers, getting long-term abatements pilot. And if we removed opt-in, I believe we can have more control on it. So if Mr. BA would state it, what's the benefit of opting in or amending, what would happen? Is it going to impact the current abatements and pilots that's in existence? If you can give some synopsis on it.
So, Mr. BA, and also in responding, please reference the Assembly bill that is connected to this item for Councilman Uden so he can do some research while you're speaking. He can pull up the bill to see what's connected to it, Mr. BA.
So, Council President, to the comment you just made, the Garden State Growth Zone was created by the legislature and then extended by the legislature, and Paterson's included in that legislation. This is not the administration's legislation. It came up through the council member process. So I'm not in a position to tell you what the legal effect or the actual effect of this legislation would be. Any kind of comment on that would be just speculation on my part.
Councilman Mendez?
Thank you, Council President.
No, Council President, I have.
We're not done, I'm sorry.
Since it's a come to our legal question, if I go to Corporation Council, so do we have option to opt in or
Opt out.
I mean, both I would say opt in is the correct phrase to use it because we can have say whether we want it or not. So what's the legal advice would you give?
Corporation Council?
Yes, thank you, Council President. Thank you, Councilman Uden, for that inquiry. So the statute has a process to opt in, and the state statute very clearly defines the parameters of the cities that might be eligible for this program and a way to opt in. The statute, however, doesn't have an explicit way to opt out or says you can opt out. So the statute is silent on that part.
Thank you for the clarification. I'm done, Council President.
Councilman Mendez?
Thank you. This is a very sensitive Thank you. This is a very sensitive topic, especially now that people are receiving those assessment property going from $300,000 to $800,000 in assessment. I've been getting calls, people losing their mind because there's a property on 14th Avenue. Taxes went up $18,320. That person reached out to me and told me, listen, I don't know what I'm gonna do. I'm not gonna be able to sell this property with these taxes, and I don't have the money to pay. So there's the city gonna put a lien on my property, and I'm gonna end up into losing my property. We have people living on fixed income that they can't even afford to pay the taxes that we're sending them. It's just horrible. It's bad. We're pushing people every day out of the city. People, they have no other choice to move out of town, PA, any other town, to be able to survive. And if you think about it, just look at the food pantry, look at the line here in Paterson. All those people, they have jobs. They have jobs, but they're spending most of their money in rent and tax and paying taxes. And it's horrible what happened in the city of Paterson. That's our current situation right now. But I have two questions about this Corporation Council. I mean, why it's not signed? I know this, it hasn't been signed by legal. You know, and everybody that knows me know that every legislation that I'm going to put my name on have to be reviewed and signed by legal. As a legislator, you need to know your role and your duty. So I got to make sure that I cannot put the city in jeopardy. I got to protect the city. And the way that I protect the city is by making sure the legal review any document. But my concern is even bigger than this. I received information that the city is not even charging the amount of money that they're supposed to charge to those people that has abatement. Let me explain to the city, the community. This is an example of an abatement. So after all the expenses that are covered, once you hit 12% income, the rest of the money you have to pass it to the city, whether it's from year 1 to year 30. So when you hit 12%, the rest of the money have to go to the city. So who monitors that, Mr. CFO? Who's in charge of that? Because by law also, the estimated vacancy for any abatement is 5%. It cannot be 20% vacancy, it cannot be 30. It's got to be only 5%. And if the person, and based on the rent that we have in the city of Paterson, there's a lot of profit. So after they hit the 12%, if they're earning 50% in total and benefit, 12% have to be for them, and the rest for the city. So I would like to hear from our CFO, what is the response on that? If you have any number, how much money are we getting from all the abatement that we have in the city of Paterson? I would love to see those numbers because, as I mentioned before, every dollar counts. And more than this legislation, I mean, this is the discussion that I would like to have, and I would like to see how much revenue we're getting from those abatements.
I can have a report done for you, Councilman. I don't have that information here, though.
But can you have like any example how much money are we getting? Because this is something very serious. In order for you, Mr. CFO, in order for you to get this number, correctly, you have to have a person inspecting those buildings, making sure that everybody looking at their book. We're supposed to receive their finance statement. Okay, let me see your statement. Let me see your income, and let me see your expenses. Okay, 70%, you get 12%, and you give the rest to the city. So, and I never hear about any person getting into any building. So this is concerning to me because if this is true, we're leaving millions of dollars on the table, and we're killing our taxpayer with this new assessment and the increases on taxes. So this is serious. So before the end of the meeting, if you could give me at least 3 examples of 3 abatements, I would like to see the vacancy that we have. What is the percentage, the estimated vacancy that we have on those abatements? And I would like to see how much revenue we getting from those abatements. You could give me 20, 20, 20, 21, 21, 20, any number, but we need to see that because that's got to be the compensation, Mr. CFO. That have to be.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Council President. So what I'm hearing from my council colleague is that he is not willing to support any item that the city attorney, who, by the way, is not a resident of the city, who is hired by the mayor, who obviously can pick and choose. He's picking and choosing tonight which portion of the law to depict to the public. But more importantly, Councilman Mendez, if you can supply us with that law that you're referencing, we can, members of the public, will look it up now. If you're making a claim, as you can see within the legislation that I wrote, it includes the state statute that's relevant to these items. So if you could supply us with that information, that would be extremely helpful. Additionally, Corporation Counsel alleges or makes the assertion that the state legislation enables or points out. He doesn't say, language is very important. He doesn't say that it enables us to or doesn't allow us to, but he says that the legislation you should have the conversation in public, let the public know what you're talking about. He says that the legislation allows for an opt-in but doesn't allow for an opt-out. Who lets you in and doesn't let you out? How does that happen? In fact, one of the municipalities that was labeled here opted out, and that was Passaic. Passaic decided that this was irresponsible, and they did not want to continue to partake in this portion of the state, New Jersey Garden State Growth Zone process, so they opted out. Additionally, this is the more important piece, and this is the piece that I need the members of the public to understand, because I don't have any confidence in my council colleagues. I don't think that they're going to be responsible and vote on behalf of the public. They're going to utilize any possible excuses, but they don't have a very good support staff. Their support staff is not going to be able to provide them with enough information. For example, how are you the BA, the signing authority of the city, and you don't have any opinion? You don't have any educated perspective or opinion to give on a piece of legislation that's going to force hundreds of facilities back into full taxation? You don't have any opinion on millions and millions of dollars that we're missing out on because we've allowed, these abatements to run wild, it shows you he doesn't have any opinion because there's no interest in having an opinion in such an item. But further, right, here is what's required. And if, I apologize because I should have had our original ordinance for this item. Our original ordinance was enacted in 2013. In fact, I don't think, Councilwoman Cotton came on in 12, right? So Councilwoman Cotton is the only one here who had an opportunity to vote in this item. I'm not sure how she voted. But, I mean, even if she did vote in support of it, during that time, I can see that there possibly could have been a concept of a necessity. But since then, from 13 to 2023, 10 years later, this item expired in 23. Now, the state did, to the BA's point, the state did renew. But our legislation reads it expires in 2023. Our legislation in our city reads that if you do not have a certificate of occupancy by 2023, then you are ineligible for this tax abatement to continue. That's it. That's what our legislation reads. There is no such thing as the state continued it, so we just automatically continue it. No. The body has to revisit it because Councilwoman Cotton was the only one here present during that time, and in 23, the entire council changed. Therefore, it is a requirement for the city council to revisit it once our item expired. If the state gave us the privilege to renew, right, to Corporation Council's point. So it didn't include language to say you can opt out. Well, also, their legislation that the state approved did not include language that said the city was not required to enact upon this item again. So, to the example, the city of Camden, they were very responsible. And in 2023, guess what? The city of Camden enacted, they voted upon the extension of their continued participation in this item. Has the city of Paterson done so? No. Corporation Council, I requested for you to give a legal opinion on that before, but obviously, I mean, I don't have it, so I don't know what to think. But here we are, pursuant to the authorization contained in NJSA 5227D489S, the assessor shall be authorized to grant exemption for improvements to real property in the city that are made after the effective date of this article. The owner of eligible property must obtain a final certificate of occupancy on or before September 8th, 2028. This is the city of Camden. I ask any of you, council members, those of you who are voting on this item, who want to dodge this item, where is our legislation that mirrors this legislation? Where is our legislation that continues to opt us in? I'm going to tell the residents because these council members don't want to be responsible. Every single item that was approved after the date of 2023 is null and void. It is ineffective. If the council does not have supportive legislation that continued this program, any abatement that was authorized after the expiration date is null and void. And that is a fact. I know that Councilman Mendez is going to need the approval of the Corporation Council in order for him to vote yes on this item. So I'm asking you at home, whose interest does he have at heart? Does he have your interest? Yeah, he's outlining the fact that your assessment went up 3 or 4 times, but yet he's not going to support you in a measure like this that's going to continue to generate more revenue for the city. He's going to lean on Corporation Council, who doesn't live here, who doesn't have a horse in this game outside of yes, they're being paid. One of the highest, two of the highest paid individuals in the city. The BA, what's not true? I said one of the highest paid. I said one of the highest paid individuals, meaning there's a list, meaning that
You should be. If
You
you're
should
not,
be. You
Wow.
should be. Yes.
That's right.
out of what? Out of what? Out of how many employees? Out of how many employees?
13.
Out of how many employees?
Right.
You interrupted me. You interrupted me. How am I misleading? Out of how many employees? Out of how many employees? Out of how many employees? I'm asking you.
Okay.
Of thousands.
Council President, point of order.
Gentlemen.
Point of order, Council President.
First of all, you should have called a point of order when he rudely interrupted me.
Point of order,
when he
Council
broke
President.
protocol.
Point of order.
And he spoke out of
Council
context.
President.
If this list of if the list is thousands,
Council President.
One sec.
yes, go ahead. What's
All
the
right.
point of order?
One-
Okay. The point of order is this is a very, very sensitive topic. So I understand
That's
that.
not a point of
No,
order.
let me finish.
That's
Let me
not a
finish.
point of
Let me
order.
finish.
Councilman
Let me finish.
Mendez,
Let
one
me
second.
finish.
One
Let me
second,
finish.
Councilman Mendez.
Let me finish.
The point of order will be
Okay.
to say what the violation has been, not for you to speak and give additional
He has no
information.
clue what the violation
So
is.
what
He doesn't
is-
know.
what is
He
the
doesn't know
violation that was caused?
the order of decorum. He doesn't have a clue.
Council President.
So go ahead.
what was
go
the
ahead.
violation,
Let's
Councilman?
entertain his point of order.
Control the
Okay,
meeting.
that's fine.
Let's
Okay.
entertain his point of
So-
order.
Just control the meeting.
He pulled it. So Councilman Jackson, are you ready for?
No, I'm not done.
Okay.
I'm not done. Well, I guess we're gonna move the vote, but the point I'm making is, if the councilman was so annoyed by the point of order, he did not have an issue with Corporation Counsel breaking decorum and defending his position. If there's thousands of employees and you're at the top echelon, those are two of the higher paid employees. And when the average employee in the city of Paterson makes between $35,000 and $45,000, and you have two non-residents that make $150,000 apiece, that is, in my opinion, the higher paid of the echelon. Yes, there's some fire chief. The fire chief makes $250,000+, and there's a few handful of employees, but this is the highest paid. The BA hasn't really spoken a word all night. He's one of the highest paid employees in the city. And they're batting against a piece of legislation that's put in place to save the taxpayers dollars, to bring order back into the city, to force developers who are making a great deal of money to have to pay their fair share. Now, what I would like, Council President, prior to us going to a vote, allow Corporation Counsel, instead of being sensitive and trying to defend his pay grade, allow him to answer the question with regard to us not extending our legislation in 23. There was a requirement by law for this council to vote and extend. It's not automatically assumed. There's nothing that happens relative to the council by way of legislation that's assumed.
So Councilman Jackson,
Yes, Council President.
based on the bill, there is a bill under A
Absolutely.
5683 through the state. We know local cannot override the state. Due to COVID, it was extended until 2027. That law is, if you pull it up, you'll see it. There's an extension till 2027, so we cannot do anything unless we
2028.
bring it and we want to vote here. That's what you're choosing to do. But there is an extension that was done on the state level up until 2027. The bill was
28.
approved.
28.
Council
So
President.
for a point of order, Council President, the state extended the allowance, and all municipalities that participated, except for Paterson, voted to extend their prospective pieces of legislation as well.
So at this point, Councilman, we are here. It's on the agenda. You made a motion. Councilman Wooden seconded.
No, I asked for Corporation Counsel to give a legal opinion on why this council did not vote on extending the piece of legislation, because if which I know it is, in fact, it's a requirement, then this piece of legislation becomes null and void. It's not required because there was a requirement for the city to extend our legislation. Oh, you're going to render the legal opinion now? We're not going to?
No,
Okay.
Corporation Counsel, please do me justice here.
Thank you, Council President. As you so eloquently stated, the state statute extended it, didn't require an additional opt-in. I don't know what Councilman Jackson's talking about. Are the cities opting out, opting in? I did a quick search. I don't see Passaic opting out.
Of course not.
So, as you stated, it is based off state statute. It's been superseded. There's no need to opt in. I question the veracity of why this has been such an issue if we didn't have to opt in from the beginning, and now this piece of legislation has been built for you by Councilman Jackson. And I will just say for the record, we drafted this on Councilman Jackson's behalf. His 1.5-page draft is behind our 4-page draft, and we actually included the law and citations to the law in our draft. And so I think, Council President, your perspective is coming from discussions on this issue that were had 2 years ago. And Council were privy to those discussions. This very issue was brought up. The tax assessor was involved. I think Councilwoman Cotton, you were also apprised of that, as was the entirety of the council.
Correct.
So this whole issue as to whether opt-in and opt-out is a manufactured issue that the council had to opt in. This was already addressed previously through the state statute, with the tax assessor, and with continued guidance. So if there's a credible request for legal guidance, I'm happy to provide that. But if it's just semantics and trying to manufacture an issue, there's nothing more that I can address on that issue.
Councilman Mendez?
I think, I Corporation Council, but it's expired in 2023 for us in the city of Paterson. It's expired in 2023 in the city of Paterson for us. So, what will be the penalty for us to move forward with this legislation? And I understand that you wrote the piece of legislation, and that was basically my question. I think respectfully, I would never vote on anything that one of my council colleagues bring it to the table because they're not a lawyer. If there will be a lawyer, respectfully, I will agree. But you are the one, if you wrote it, and that's one of the reasons why I'm entertaining, because I'm on the sides of the community. I own property in the city of Paterson. I get this phone call every single day. People are struggling in Paterson. You just got to go up there and see what's going on in this city. People having liens on their property left and right because they can't make it up. They can't make it. So there's no penalty to opt out because we finished in 2023. So can you explain that the ending of the legislation in 2023?
Councilman Mendez.
Councilman Mendez.
Corporation Counsel, you will.
Corporation Counsel, that was my question to you.
Councilman.
Can you read it again? Council President, respectfully, I'm asking
You
Council.
are not letting me speak.
No, but I asked a question to Corporation
But
Counsel.
I have to give him the floor.
All right, thank you.
Let me speak. When you were the president, you never did that.
No, I understand. No,
I was going to ask him to respond. You didn't even let me speak.
I understand, Council
Okay.
President. I'm not disrespecting you, and I'm entertaining this topic because this is serious for the residents of the city of Paterson.
We understand that. Council, for the 5th time, could you give him the response that you just gave, please?
So when the city council opted in 2013, that was pursuant to the state statute that issued the program.
Correct.
Okay? After COVID, with the delays and other issues that we're attending, the state extended that statute that the city had already opted into. And by extension, extended the date by which people are able to obtain their certificates of occupancy to qualify for the program. And that's the current state of affairs. So in terms of a penalty, the statute doesn't say anything about a penalty for opting in or opting out. This statute was designed for a very discrete amount of cities, Paterson included. So given that the state statute extended the date, it's the state statute that controls when the program ends, which is, I believe, in another 2 years or so. And that's the deadline by which people have to obtain the certificates of occupancy to qualify for the program. After that date, this program will sunset on its own.
And also,
So when you say that-
1 second, and also, Corporation Counsel,
I haven't finished,
let's
Council
be
President.
clear, let's be clear, 2013, the council opted to give it to the state to make the decision in 2013. I'm not saying council members here, because most of us were not here, but that was an item that was passed by council members to give it to the state to develop this program. And like it was stated previously, possibly because of whatever benefits that they felt and things that are occurring, which helped to reduce the over 2,000 properties that were vacant and abandoned, where we have now a 92% reduction on that. So Councilman Mendez and then Councilman
Thank you.
Velez.
So Corporation Counsel, what you're saying is that we have to wait until 2028, and after 2028, the program will end automatically. So that's the choice. All right. I think that, and this is my last comment, and this is what I'm going to say. I think that, we really have to just continue having this dialogue. Right now, I will put a motion to table this item to continue the discussion. That's all right.
This item doesn't need to be tabled. This item
Let's go to vote.
has a move.
Well, there's one second, Councilman Jack. There's a motion on the floor to table. Is there a second? Is there a second to table? Is there a second to table? The table fails.
Council President.
Discussion, Councilman Velez.
I don't understand, and this is what troubled me a little bit. And I don't have nothing against Councilman Mendez and his statement. He just stated it's important for him because people are struggling. People cannot pay rent. People cannot do this and do that. Councilman Mendez had the right to say how he feel with this ordinance. And the other side, we have an ordinance that they want to some colleagues want to opt out. The rules are set from the state. You cannot opt out. You cannot remove the abatement or the pilot that already was given. So this is so feel good to make sure that people say, oh, we fighting for you. But it's not. It's not. So and people talk about abatement, I like to talk about pilots. Total different things. When we talk about the 90 years of pilots or whatever, this was not even existing, okay? We was not even here. 30 years ago, we wasn't here. The only thing that we approve here is if they bring a 30-year abatement or pilot, if they come to us. This council, in the past, when Flavio was president, did not, through committee, allow to finance to bring pilot to renew after 30 years. So we are doing our job. This law that the state had created is up to 20-year pilot, or pilot, yes, pilot. That at the end of 20 years, they had to be full tax paying to the city for the property. Now, we don't give it. This council here do not sit down and approve those applications. The law says that they have to go through the process through the tax assessor's office. They have to put an application. And they have to fulfill all the documents for be able to the state granted 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, up to 20. If you want to remove this out of the get-go, like other people saying that they fighting for people, I could go right now in the 5th Ward. How many houses have been burned down to the ground? How many houses abandoned have been abandoned for many years? And those houses, not only developer purchased them through to the county, single individuals, family that got money to buy an abandoned property and remodel that property okay, they got fair enough to go to a tax assessor and apply for a tax abatement for 5 years, 10 years, all depend. The revenues, or not the revenue, the investment that you have done for that property. Now, if you go 20 years ago, 10 years ago, from 2016, how many abandoned property we have in the city of Paterson, and you see it now in the 4th Ward, in the 1st Ward, in the 5th Ward, and those small houses that have burned down to the ground, and they have built back, and they have a tax break to recover what they have lost. That's only the properties I'm talking about. So now let's talk about job creation.
Yeah.
How many job creation have been in Paterson? I have one developer, well, we have, because he's not my developer, we have a developer that 70% of the employees are from Paterson. You like it or not. And it's the 70% are employed from Paterson. 80%, yes, 80%
Public.
80% or more buy the product from Paterson.
To the public, please.
And they have people of color too.
To the
they have
public.
people of color too. Matter of fact, Council President, a point of order, please.
Can we have decorum, please? Audience.
So if we're going to talk about who's benefiting, we all benefiting in the city of Paterson. We've seen less property. We've seen less property abandoned. More residences coming, using the grocery stores, the laundry mats, even the caps. You know, it's go back if it's a dominant fact.
Well,
now, one thing I gotta say, let's remove the growth. You think the rent is not gonna go higher the more than it is?
Mm-hmm.
So if you want more proof, those same individuals that say that development is hurting Paterson, so why you knocking their doors every time when you need something for your community? Come on, we can't play both sides. We cannot play both sides. And thank God, Council President, those individuals had eyes to look into Paterson and that invest. Why Newark is not complaining? Why Jersey City is not complaining? Why Heldon is not complaining? Why? Because they invest in their city. Go to Garfield. Go to Garfield. Go to the Riverwalk. You will see how the development is there. Why they not complaining? Why? Because they see growth. They see jobs. They see residents that come and love the city. So saying that, I don't know why we discussing this piece of item.
Roll call.
Council President.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Council
We're
President.
ready to vote.
Council President.
Council President, I ask for the floor.
Councilman Cotton, Councilman
Let me remove it.
Uden.
Oppose or question,
Thank you.
Council
Thank you,
President.
Council
Oppose.
President. All right,
Opposed to
so
question. Is there a second? We're ready to vote.
Thank you, Council
Is there a
President.
second on the post to question? Ready to vote. Is there a second? Ready to vote?
No, I said I want to make a comment.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to, since they mentioned my name quite a few times, I don't know if anybody remember when 2012, when we had Hurricane Sandy.
Yes.
I don't know if anybody remember starting in 2009, 11, 12, 13, we had the mortgage crisis.
Yep.
There were blocks, not just in the 4th Ward, the 1st Ward, the 5th Ward, abandoned blocks after blocks after blocks. So they came up with the 2013, the growth zone. Now, the thing is now they're talking about, but not only, you know, they're talking about developers, they're talking about buildings, but just being in the growth zone gives us benefits. It gives us benefits. It gives us grants that we can get from the federal government. It gives us tax credits that we can get from the state of New Jersey. When they say you're in the growth zone, like they said, not all cities are in there. So, and I understand what Councilman Uden said, that, you know, let's talk more about it. Once we come out, what are we going to lose? Not only the pilots, but what else are we going to lose? We're going to lose some other stuff. And all that need to be included because we're going to lose a lot of stuff. We talk about
Thank you.
it's not just about developers. It's about the other benefits that we get from being in this growth zone
Yes.
that has helped our city. Because I remember how long it took when we had Hurricane Sandy, and especially that first ward was devastated with Hurricane Sandy. Then we were devastated with the mortgage crisis. I hope that we don't have another one coming up, but, blocks and blocks of abandoned houses, so it's not just about that.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Thank you.
Councilman Udine?
Thank you, Council President. Again, let me clarify my intention, folks. The purpose is not to fight on the topic for the sake of argument, sake of fight. The reason I wanted to know the details, know in depth, because a community cannot move forward without developers. But again, we cannot hurt the regular residents. This is where I'm standing. When I'm talking about abatements, I do not support any abatements so far, whatever came to this council. Even recently when it came Governor Towers 20th, we voted it down, and I'm talking about myself, I voted against it. The reason I wanted to know is not because the developers are hurting us or the residents getting hurt. No. What my point was that can we, all the new developments come in, and as Corporation Council can recall, even when I was elected in 2022, and I sat down with him, I said, Corporation Council, can we have an ordinance resolution, something that says those are developing in redevelopment areas, they have to invest to our school system, to our parkings, public parks, so that at least they could be supportive to our community members. This is the real intention, that we want to make sure that all the developers in general are supportive to our community members. Now, the way it started fighting looks like it's developers versus the regular residents. This is not how it functions. I definitely against any new abatement. I don't want to see that we are giving away another 30 years, 40 years when people are hurting. I understand if you recall about or talk about the abatement properties that is utilized using these incentives, which is very true. That works as incentives to bring more developers to the city. But again, we have to stop some point that I also agreed with, that if we get rid of everything, if we do not have many abandoned properties, I think we have to set a boundary. We need in-depth discussion on it, not to fight for the sake of fight. I understand Councilman Mendez put an motion to table it, and we are just entertaining for the sake of entertainment. Community just know this. I don't want to see any more abatements or pilots, but we are more considerate about the community members. Because when a property getting abatement, the regular property owners taking their burden, especially when you're paying taxes to the school system and county. With that being said, I would say we need in-depth discussion, not fight for the sake of fight. I would rather remove my second and let's table it back. Let's have detailed discussion. So I'm removing my second on it.
So it fails.
Once you remove your second, the item fails. So Councilman Udine, you're removing your second?
Yes, let's have discussion on it in details before we move
Is
forward.
there another second?
No more discussion, yes.
There is no second.
Council President.
Council President.
Council President, I'm asking for the floor.
Councilwoman Davila.
So, Council President, if Councilman Udine is removing his second, we've had a full discussion, so we were able to do that. But now that he has removed it, there's no more discussion.
No more
on it.
discussion. The item
And that means that the
fails.
motion fails.
Madam Clerk, could you call it? The item has failed. We'll move on to item number 4.
We should do that in the beginning.
Right.
Item number 3.
Item number 3 failed. We're going to item 4, Madam Clerk.
Okay.
Council President.
But you have to call it, Madam.
Yes.
You have to call it, Madam
Waiting
Clerk.
for him to say something.
You have to call it. There's
Yeah,
no.
I know. I thought he was going to say something. I'm
You
sorry.
have to call it because it failed.
Okay, all right. The first reading ordinance, item number 3 fails.
Yes. For lack of motion.
For lack of second.
Lack of
Council
second
President.
motion.
Councilman Jackson?
Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, what you witness here tonight is people who claim to work on your behalf and do the exact opposite. Let's talk about some facts. Councilman Udine talked about how he's never supported a pilot, which one of your council colleagues believes that that's not correct. But by way of not supporting this, you support every single pilot that automatically comes on the books. If you're not willing to support a piece of legislation that is going to prevent people from getting an automatic pilot, this is not something that's endowed upon us by the state. It's not enforced upon us. We have an option to opt in or to opt out. Contrary to what Corporation Counsel outlined, the City of Passaic opted out of this portion. To Councilwoman Cotton's point, they participate in the Garden State Growth Zone with everything except allowing for these long-term pilot abatements. That's the City of Passaic. Call his mayor. He takes phone calls. Even when you don't agree with him, he'll take your phone call. Guarantee you don't have to be a resident of Passaic. I'm willing to bet on that. He will take your call while this mayor would duck your call. To Councilman Mendez's point, he says he's not willing to vote on anything that the Corporation Council doesn't sign off. I don't think he understands his role. He's a legislator. Legislators don't wait for the administration to write and draft and sign legislation. You vote on it responsibly when it comes to your public's best interest. And what you've seen tonight, ladies and gentlemen, as your your assessments have tripled and quadrupled, you sat here and listened to council members make nothing but excuses on how not to protect your best interest. So elections matter, and I'm happy that this happened around this time. Pay attention to that during the time of this election. I'm telling all of you at home, pay attention. Mr. Vargo, I know you have an issue with your tax assessment. Here it is where all of these large-scale buildings get automatic tax abatements because this council is choosing not to vote on this item. And if it is illegal, why didn't Corporation Council point that out definitively, that we are incapable of supporting an item such as this because it's illegal for us to do? He could not, because it is not.
Thank you. Item
Passaic
number
has
4.
shown it. Passaic has shown it. Camden has shown it. And Camden has shown it responsibly. And I'm glad he did what he did tonight. And I'm glad they did what they did tonight, because it's going to serve well when I file the ethics charges against their actions against the residents of the city of Paterson. I appreciate the time, Council
Thank you.
President.
Item number 4, Madam Clerk. Item number 4.
Council President, please, I'll be brief.
One second.
I will be brief,
Council members.
President. Trust me, I will be brief, Council President.
Council
Paterson
members.
residents, and it will take me only a minute. But what Councilman Jackson is saying, that's a lie. He like to mislead people. He like to throw job at people. That's the reason why you're not effective. That's the reason why you're not. Paterson resident, this is the draft that Councilman Jackson put. It doesn't even have an end. And I'm still entertaining this matter. Because I know that our homeowner, they don't get a tax abatement. Our people are struggling. They don't get a tax abatement, but I got to get into the facts.
Read it. Read the draft.
Council,
Read the
I'm
draft.
speaking. I'm speaking.
Read it.
Corporation Council
Council
took
members.
it. Corporation Council took and did a job. Now, we have a very extensive discussion. We know it ended in 2028. You like to mislead the people. All you do is play politics here now. Members of the public, we all hear what happened. It ended in 2028. And I put the motion to table it because I do believe that this is a very legitimate issue that we need to address to protect our homeowner. Now, my topic about the city not collecting the money that they need to collect, that's a bigger problem, because all those tax abatements, they have to pay to the city after they pass the 12%. I need to know where that money is going. This is a real issue that we're facing that is in front of us. But listen, don't hold me because I'm voting no. I voted to table it because it doesn't make sense.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item number 4, Madam Clerk.
Item number 4, first reading, no public hearing required. Ordinance prohibiting vehicles from making left turns from Ward Street onto Hamilton Street. Public Works.
Motion. A motion and a second?
Yes, second.
Motion, Councilman Velez, second. Councilman Udine.
No.
Discussion. I have 1 second. So I would like to table this item.
Yes, please.
I do not understand, and I stated this,
Can- let-
why would we, in the midst of all the congestion that is by the Board of Social Services, downtown Paterson, why in the world would we make this no left turn from Ward Street onto Hamilton? I don't know.
If I
But
may,
be it to the
Councilwoman,
BA,
if I may,
I would
no,
like a
I have the
request.
answer, BA.
Because there's no traffic study
I
attached.
have the BA. I have the
One
answer.
Mr. BA, I would like a traffic study.
It's been there.
Because unfortunately, this would be a travesty. That street leads down, right? When you're making a left, you know where I'm talking, on Ward, by the Center City Mall, you have the courts there, you have the Board of Social Services, you have all of this there. If you shut that street down where you can't turn into there, it would be a travesty because Hamilton Street is a one-way. So I'm not sure how this came forward. Main Street is
I'm the
already
chair, so I can
congested.
explain to you
So
how it
I
came
have a
forward.
motion on the floor to table. Is there a second?
Your second.
There's a second. There's
If
a
I
motion on
may,
the floor
like,
to
just
table.
if I may.
1 second, Councilwoman Cotton. There's a motion on the floor to table this item by
Send it
Council
back to
President
committee.
Mims. It needs to go back to committee. Second by Councilman Velez. And I would want a definite, I want to see the traffic study, and I want to see the recommendations and who brought this
golly.
forward. Councilwoman Cotton for discussion. Doesn't make sense.
The reason why this came up,
We cannot
the
discuss it.
left-hand
It's already
turn
tabled.
is already there. They never, it's already there. It's been there since Center City Mall,
You seconded.
and nobody just never paid attention to it. It's been there, so what they was trying to do is correct for something that they didn't do 15 years ago, or 10 years ago, whatever it is. I'm not sure. But the left sign is there. Right? Do not, and the left sign is in front of City Mall in the entrance, because when you go down to Main Street, there's already a left. You're making a left from Ward Street for Ward Street, you're making a left onto Main Street. The sign has already been there since Center City Mall was built. They just never put the paperwork in place. So
Okay.
now, if you want to table, that's fine, but you still.
No.
I think what happened was some people might have got a ticket for making a left, and they realized that it wasn't no ordinance put in place to make the left.
Oh, that was
Thank
me.
you,
So I think
Councilman.
that's what
That was me.
So-
That was
It's
me.
been-
Thank you.
I mean, I can, you know what, just go look and see for yourself.
Yeah.
It's
So we're-
been there. It's been
Thank you,
there. It's
Councilwoman
not
Cotton.
no new. We did not invent no wheel. We ain't start this. We ain't did this. It's
Thank-
been there since
thank-
they built
we're-
Center City
just a-
Mall. So you want to take it off, fine, but it's been there. And I think what's happened is some people were getting tickets for
Thank-
making that left, and that's how it came up.
Thank you.
Thank
Madam
you.
Clerk, roll call to
And
table
nobody-
this item. Roll call to table, Madam Clerk.
Roll call to table item number 4 on first reading. Councilwoman Cotton.
Councilman Cotton?
Councilwoman Cotton.
So what's going to happen if they get taken out?
Her vote is yes, Madam
Go
Clerk.
ahead, we done.
We're in the middle of
done.
roll call. Her vote
We're
is yes.
done. We're done.
Your vote is yes, Councilwoman?
Yes, Council. We
Thank
can
you.
table it. That's fine.
Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So first of all, Councilwoman Cotton, so you're saying that there's a left hand at Main Street, but if
Not Main
people,
Street.
I've already gotten
Okay.
your thoughts on it. You're saying that there was a no left sign there, but there's already a left on Main. People going westbound on Ward, they would have to figure out a whole nother way how to get back to that, but Hamilton, because you can't go make a left on Main and then get up Hamilton because it's a one-way. So it doesn't make any sense. And
No,
what
they
basically
just,
what this
it makes the
is,
traffic
this is
on Ward Street backed up. That's why they did that.
To the
I know
public,
it's been backed
we're
up.
in the
Ever
middle
since
of,
City Mall was
Councilwoman
built,
Cotton.
it's been backed up.
Councilwoman
So this
Cotton,
ain't
Councilman
nothing new.
Jackson
It's
has
been
the
backed
floor. Councilman Jackson has the floor. We're in the middle of roll
Go
call
ahead, stop
so that
it,
we can
y'all.
open
Y'all
up
need to
public
stop.
portion. Councilman Jackson.
basically what we're witnessing now is a money grab because you see the sheriff's department out there all day long grabbing and ticketing cars. So they've been ticketing cars, and somebody, had enough sense to probably fight against it. They don't ticket cars when they park illegally on the right-hand side when they shouldn't be parked in a dual-lane road. So, but we're going to give them another reason to just ticket our residents. This doesn't make any sense. I don't even think it should make it back to the agenda. Not only that, but where's the outline? Where is the information? All right, my vote is yes to table, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman Kalik.
But I'm saying it's been here for 15, 10 years.
Yes to table, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Mendez.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes to table, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Udine.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
So I think the new construction of the plaza they did in Hamilton between the welfare and the county, that's what's created a problem. That's why they limited the traffic going to left in that section. Before it was across Hamilton to Grand Street was a freeway. My question will be after this, if they get a ticket making a left, because the sign says do not make a left, but there's no ordinance. There's no statute. That's the problem.
Then remove the sign.
No. I don't know. Let's talk to the county, whoever did the mall, to put that sign there. My vote is yes to table.
Thank you, Councilman. Council President.
It's the right thing to do. This should not be on the agenda. My vote is yes to table, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The votes are 8 in favor,
Tabled.
2 absent. Item number 4 is tabled.
This is the last item before public portion, item number 5, and the last item on the agenda. Item number 5, Madam Clerk.
Item number 5, on first reading, no public hearing required. It's an ordinance establishing all-way stop control at the intersection of Pennsylvania Avenue and Alabama Avenue, Public Works.
Moved by Councilman Omar, second by Councilwoman Davila. Roll call on item number 5, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 5, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Kalik.
Yes.
Councilman Mendez.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Omar.
Before I vote, I know it's first reading, but for anyone who's not aware, Pennsylvania Avenue, when you're coming onto Pennsylvania Avenue towards Alabama, you are coming off the highway, and many residents in the 6th Ward, including myself, I do believe that there should have been a stop sign, and I'm happy that the stats and data back it up. With that being said, my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Udine.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Velez.
I traveled to there, I think so. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Council President.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The votes are 9 in favor, none against. Item number 5 is approved. Second reading will be held on March 10th, 2026, at the regular meeting.
Thank you. The agenda is completed. Madam Clerk, we're getting ready to open up public portion. I have noticed on the list there are 15 speakers, but I've also noticed that someone has signed in 3 names, same signature, that are not present in the building. So I have to put this on the record. You cannot sign the sheet for anyone that is not here. I see on this list there are 3 names that were signed in. They are not physically here, but I do see that there's an additional signature that is signed that is here. So we cannot, that is a part of the statute of the decorum in the chambers. You cannot sign the sign-in sheet for anyone. That's called forgery. You should not be signing anyone's name. In the chambers, you have 3 minutes to speak. Thank you to our IT. We had some issues with the microphone. We have the issues with the microphone. Madam Clerk, first speaker.
The first speaker is Noel Cardona of
Testing,
Paterson.
testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, 1, 2, 3.
Please state your name and address.
Noel.
Noel Cardona, Paterson. So, honorable council members, I have served the city library system for 24 years. And this April, I will celebrate my 25th anniversary. I'm here today as the president of Local 2903, alongside Mr. Ever Mendoza, one of the officers in the union, to tell you that our libraries and the dedicated staff who run them are at breaking point. The library is a pillar of this community. It's where residents go for job assistance, where students go to learn, and where seniors find connection. We are the city's most accessible resource, but right now, that resource is being hollowed out by chronic understaffing and the administrative stagnation. The reality on the ground is becoming untenable. Our union contract was ratified over a year ago, yet we're still waiting for it to be officially signed off. This delay sends a message to our members that the hard work and negotiated rights are not priority. Also, this current contract that was ratified will end this year, December 2026. We have numerous 375 personnel forms that were submitted months ago, last year, and they're still unapproved. Approximately a critical position was submitted for approval last year to help alleviate our workload. Today, not a single one has been approved or moved forward. Our union contract is clear. A minimum of 2 employees required for any branch or department to remain open to the public. This is a basic safety standard, yet we are constantly forced into a shell game. When one area is short, the director must pull staff from another department to fill the gap. This doesn't solve the problem, it just moves the deficit. When you pull staff, you leave the home department understaffed. Projects stall, services suffer, and the entire system slows down. My colleagues and I care deeply about our work because we change lives. We are humans, not machines. Doing the work of 2 or 3 people every single day is physically exhausting and mentally draining. You cannot provide best-in-class service to a community when the staff is stretched to the point of burnout. When branches close or departments are crippled because no one is available, the community loses. As the government body of this city, I urge you to prioritize library staffing, administrative accountability. Please help us move beyond. Can I finish? I only got 3 sentences.
Okay.
Please help us move beyond survival mode by signing a contract and approving the staff we desperately need so we can continue to provide the safe, professional service our residents deserve. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yes, next speaker is Mark Shayland. Kindly state your name and address.
I'm really surprised with this council. You say that you care about the Patersonians. You say that you care about the taxes. The proposal that Mike Jackson put on the floor was to benefit the residents of this town. If you do not listen, you will feel it. The developers are running to the bank laughing at Paterson, New Jersey. Mr. Mendez, I came here to compliment you. I came here to compliment you on your poster. Because some years ago I stood up here and I mentioned about stabilizing the taxes in Paterson. The president then picked it up on his campaign slogan. But you know what? You disappointed me today because you're not interested in stabilizing the taxes because that program would have stabilized the taxes. Why in the world are the developers making money on the backs of the seniors and on the backs of the children here in Paterson? That's all I want to know. Why? Why? Why are we building big buildings downtown in downtown Paterson, and you have young men that are standing selling their wares off the street, and we haven't made an agreement with the person that's building the building to build little stores in order for them to have or build businesses. We're not interested in building businesses for small people in Paterson. We're not interested in building a black community in Paterson. The 4th Ward, it's like a raid. Ruby, you told me that money was not sent back. I'm sorry that the corporate counsel is not here because I was going to direct a question through the president to him. Did we send money back for first-time home owners? Did we? I don't want to hear from the council. I want to hear from the legal because that's where I'm going to get the truth. It's a shame what's happening in Paterson. It really, really is. I drove up Madison Ave today, and as I drove up, golly, the fireman couldn't even get through. The fireman had to beep his horn because you had piles of snow on this side and this side. You thought about cleaning up Broadway, but you didn't think about cleaning up the resource spots for the firemen and the ambulances to get out efficiently and quickly. What is wrong with you, Paterson? What is wrong?
Thank you,
That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Shalen. Next speaker, Madam Clerk. Mr. Joel Keys.
Next speaker is Joel Keys, Jr. Kindly state your name and address.
Touchdown. Tonight, we honor Dr. Carter G. Woodson, not only as the father of black history, but as a model of courage, discipline, and uncompromising responsibility. Woodson taught us that freedom is not just about access, it is about control. Control over our narrative, control over our institutions, control over how resources meant for our people are used or misused. Born in the first generation after emancipation, Woodson understood something that remains urgent today. If others control the purse strings, they will always try to control the agenda. That is why he fiercely protected the autonomy of the Association for the Study of Negro Life and History. Even while accepting philanthropic dollars, he refused to surrender authority over how funds were spent or what black scholarship would prioritize. When white benefactors attempted to dictate terms, Woodson did not bend. He chose principle over comfort, accountability over approval. That refusal is not a footnote in history, it is the lesson. That same spirit lives on today in our next mayor. Councilman Mike Jackson has reminded us that power is not symbolic, it is procedural. As he explained, the City Council's ultimate authority lies in its ability to pay or withhold payment. When bills are approved without scrutiny, power is forfeited. But when non-essential or suspect payments are separated and withheld until the people's demands are met, accountability is restored. Like Woodson, Councilman Jackson understands that responsibility means refusing to rubber stamp dysfunction even when doing so invites ridicule or isolation. It is no coincidence that both men are deeply connected to the legacy of Mary McLeod Bethune. Bethune was not just an ally of Woodson, she was a strategic partner who helped shape the Negro History Bulletin and anchored black history in the hands of teachers and communities. Councilman Jackson is a proud graduate of Bethune-Cookman College, an institution founded on Bethune's insistence that black people must educate, organize, and govern themselves with urgency and purpose. Woodson, Bethune, and Jackson share a common thread. They are not content with titles. They are guardians. They are elected activists in the truest sense, people who feel the desperation of the community and act accordingly. Black History Month is not about nostalgia, it's about responsibility. Tonight, we celebrate Dr. Carter G. Woodson by recognizing that his fight for control over black institutions continues in classrooms, in council chambers, and wherever someone is brave enough to say the people's resources must serve the people. That is the legacy, that is the charge, and that is Black history alive and well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Keys. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yes, next speaker is Eddie Olivares. Please state your name and address. Thank you.
Eddie Olivares, Paterson, New Jersey. Today, I want to start by telling you, Mr. Jackson, that you seem to put some faith on what is happening over here to our left. And I wish that you did follow through with filing ethics charges against Corporation Counsel. If not for what you mentioned, for the fact that a few weeks ago you asked them what the meaning of shall is. Now, this is some money that we're spending $150,000 on this guy. He can't give you the legal definition of shall. Here it is. I mean, it's very simple. Mandatory obligation or command, meaning something must be done. Wow, this guy doesn't know that. These guys are allowing it. You know, I told Marisa David this a while ago. Get rid of him, just fire him. Oh, but we can. Yes, you can. Get together, all of you get together and fire this guy. He's useless to us. In fact, he's working against the best interests of the people of Paterson. I hear you guys arguing, you know, on making lefts, on making rights, making all kinds of different things, going up, going down, sounds like dancing. Anyway, and this tells us, people, that the city is just overdeveloped. That's really all it is. And this is why I think it is a good idea, what you're proposing, that we put an end to this. We have to pay for the services of all of these people, the influx of all of these people that come to these large developments, to these apartments and stuff like that. We have to pay for the police department. We have to pay for all of the services, their schooling, and they contribute nothing to our tax base. It is ludicrous. And the answer oh, he left already. He was asking, you know, why are we making money on the backs of senior citizens and children? It's because these guys benefit from allowing it. That's it. Marisa Davila asked the question on Facebook, why do I think that, or what would I do different if I were in her shoes, or why do I think I'm a better candidate? And the answer to his question is everything. I will do everything different. The first thing I would do, I would not support the mayor. That goes for Mims, all of them. This guy is responsible for the mess that we have over here. Then we have Alex Mendez. Today or yesterday, every day is a scandal with him. Now it's the fire department doing, you know, knocking on doors and asking for support for him.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yes, the next speaker is Mike Vargo. State your name and address, please. Thank you.
Mike Vargo, and I'm voting for Mike Jackson for mayor. And I'm here for this reason. The taxes are going up. You can say 2261, but that is not so. And the taxes are going to go up, and you're going to have a lot of abandoned houses, and you're going to have a lot of liens, because people are not going to be able to afford 2.5 times the amount of taxes, because mine says 106, it went up to 267. And guess what? That means the taxes will be maybe 13 instead of 6, or maybe 14. Who can afford that? Nobody. It says here, 23, 4.903 was the rate. 24, 5.095. 25, 5.335. Guess what? It ain't going to be 2216. After they figure out all this other crap, it could be 4, and every year it's going to go up. You're not going to help us. If you listening, people, take care of the people that have been. I've been here 30 years and more. I remember when Torres did the same garbage. Torres, Mayor, you hear? Torres, who went to jail, he did the same crap. He raised my taxes up from, I bought my house for $72,000. You know what his was after he junked it up? $296,000. Guess what? You know how hard it was to bring it down? And then when it crashed, people bought the house for this much. They abandoned them houses. Why? Because why I'm going to pay taxes and for $267 when it says over here I can only sell it for $100? No, you're doing the wrong thing if you're not going to help the people of this town. Because guess what? I can't afford that kind of crap. And you know what? $267, it's not a fair market deal. I don't have a finished basement. I don't have a finished attic. I don't have a driveway. I'm attached to another house. That ain't a fair market value. That's unfair. That's for somebody getting money for themselves. Somebody wanting money. You're not looking out for the people of this town. I've been here 30-something years. Torres tore up this thing when he did what he did. Bought my house for $72,000. He jacked it up to $296. My taxes went from $2,300 to $9,000. No, thank you. We don't need that kind of garbage. Am I done? Oh, I got time. Well, in any event, Michael Jackson for mayor.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Khadijah Jenkins. Please state your name and address.
My name is Khadijah Jenkins, and I'm here solely to speak about the Paterson Library. As much as I have to say to this administration, I want to be clear and respectful. Tonight is only my concern is the library. In 2024, the Paterson Library received $850 in supplemental funding. 2025, that dropped down to $0. As he said before, the population is about 200,000 residents, served by only 4 libraries, which is already understaffed. Paterson's poverty rate is about 19%, nearly 3 times the New Jersey's average, which is like a 6.2%. In a city like ours, libraries are not optional, they are essential. My question is for the business administrator and the council as a whole. Mr. Mendez, I reached out to you earlier today, called your phone, wrote you on WhatsApp, and I also called the office and left you a message. Maybe you didn't get it. I also contacted the mayor's office, and I was redirected to the city council's office. When I called the mayor's office, I really wish I would have asked for the lady's name, but I was told the mayor would not have a resolution related to the funding for this decision. I was also told the loss of funding was due to the federal administration, Trump, and that more losses are expected. I was then redirected to the city council. After she gave me that funky answer, I asked who the lady name was that I spoke to next. She said her name was Diana. So my sole question is this: is the administration actively considering options to address the loss of funding? And what is the estimated timeline for action? Are solutions currently being worked on? And is this being treated as an urgent matter? Given that this affects people's jobs, a critical learning facility, and the broader community. And if funding is truly limited, are we exploring creative solutions? Can we partner with developers and require community investments into our libraries? Can we use programs like Outrider to support green spaces to connect our library system? Can we organize city-supported fundraisers or alternative funding strategies? Because if we say there is no money, then we must at least show there is effort. I'm not here to argue politics. I'm here for clarity, accountability, and action for our libraries and for our children. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is A. Robertson. Shall I go to the next speaker? Please state your name and address. Thank you.
I'm going to get the mic right tonight. Good evening. It's sad to say, our city is crumbling. You know, we got too many concerns, too many issues. It's sad to hear some of the things that we're hearing. And Ms. Cotton asked for Ward Street and Hamilton Street. I get your point that left-hand turn sign has been up there at the onset of the development of the mall. However, we do need to look at the traffic pattern on Smith Street, because with the redistricting of the schools and more buses out there, the impact is going to be surmountable. We need to do this here. So traffic, engineering, they need to get on board. This is crucial and critical, okay? And for those of you who see the community, try going out there at 7:15 in the morning. This morning, there literally was 3 school buses on Cliff Street, okay? Now they are trying to move over. I literally had to go, it was a circus getting out of Paterson this morning at 7:15. We need to do something better. Okay, and on November 11, 2025, on this day, there was a couple who was here that was talking, asking the question about the procurement process, and presented that they had returned back to Paterson. Okay, and the council gave them some advice. My concern will pull up, bulk pickup, the Rodney Addison, his procurement issue. With his procurement issue, he was told to hold off. Why is the question? He's energized and he's willing to incentivize the community. We need to look at what he's willing to do for the community and the impact that he could have on people of color in terms of job. The snow cleanup, I know it was talked about. My concern is in terms of holding spots after your cleanup and the mayor making the announcement that people should not be holding their spot. But my question to the mayor is, what would be the effort? If I put effort into shoveling, and Ms. Mims, you come and take my spot, that spot yesterday has now turned to ice. What did he expect people to do, okay? So Mayor, I hope you're listening, okay? Because I'm sure where you live at, it was a cleanup effort, okay? If the city is dragging about cleanup, imagine trying to shovel out an ice spot with no consideration for those who live where they live. Mark, okay. The other issue, I brought this up a couple of weeks ago, over Ward Street, the left-hand turn when you go over, Main Street onto Oliver Street. We're talking about signage. There's still no left-hand turn sign that will go into Oliver Street where the Kip Paterson Prep School is. We need to get on top of that there. Okay. Some of the issues, old issues that have been brought up, we need to look into them there, the trafficking, city council. Another question I had, is it possible to hold a council meeting just strictly for a public portion so that constituent could get more time on the mic? Looking for consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Roberson. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Elvis Durham. Please state your name and address.
Mr. Elvis Durham, Paterson, New Jersey, 4th Ward. Just came here to make some announcements. But before I get into my announcements, I just want to say this to Councilman Louis Velez. The only place in the downtown area that hire people is the only place that hire black people in the downtown area is Paterson Parking Authority and Center City Mall. My YouTube channel is Paterson NJ Good News. My YouTube channel is Paterson NJ Good News. My Facebook page is Elvis Good News, DURHAM. Just want everyone to know that gospel music is back in Paterson, New Jersey to stay. Mickey's Productions presents a Black History Month celebration gospel concert dinner. Friday, February 27, 2026. Dinner starts at 5 p.m. The concert starts at 7 p.m. It's going to be at First AME Church, 326 Elderson Street, 326 ELLISON Street, Paterson, New Jersey, featuring the Highlight Juniors, of Paterson, New Jersey, and Chef David Bannister will be doing all the cooking. For more information, you can contact Ray Mickens at 201-638-5257. Get your tickets fast. Tickets is only $40. Also, Elvis Durham Outreach Music Productions presents Black History Celebration Gospel Smackdown, Saturday, February 28th, 2026. Concert starts at 4:30 p.m. at Bedford AME Church, the headquarters of the Fourth Ward. Bedford AME Church, 2-4 Auburn Street, 2-4 AUBURN Street, Paterson, New Jersey. Co-pastor Marie Lagarde. Special guest, Council President, Council at Large Lisa Mims of Paterson, New Jersey. Also special guest, international recording artist, Pastor Dennis Watley and Faithful. Also White Wolf of Paterson, New Jersey. Trinity Davis Floor of New Jersey, and many more. For more information, y'all could contact me at 862-823-3895. Gospel music is back in Paterson, New Jersey. I got one more thing. Just want everyone to know, it's 30,000 people watching. I got so many supporters. The election is coming up, May 12th. And my two candidates for council at large is Lisa Mims and Marissa Daria. So let's keep them in office. We got a lot of big projects that's coming to the table, okay? And it's time to get to work. God bless you and peace.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Maren Sugarman. State your name and address, please. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Maren Sugarman. I'm a resident of Bloomfield, and I am the artistic director of Shakespeare on Site, which operates under the auspices of ATC Studios, a nonprofit arts organization in Clifton. I am in Paterson because you owe me money. Shakespeare on Site has been offering productions of Shakespeare free to the public in the city of Paterson since 2014, 12 years, every year, including 2020, the pandemic year. We started at Lambert Castle, and we moved on to the Great Falls in Paterson and the Paterson Museum. And in the past several years, we have been blessed by grants from the Passaic County Cultural and Heritage Council in partnership with the New Jersey State Council on the Arts. These grants allow us to pay for audio amplification at the Great Falls because they're louder than we are, modest production costs, and very modest stipends for our actors, musician, and director, me. But this is what happens to our poor little grant check in the city of Paterson. First, the museum applies for the grant, and the museum gets the grant, and they receive a check. But because the museum is a statutory agency of this city, this is how it goes. The next step, which is step 3, the museum director goes before the library board and they pass a resolution to accept the money. Step 4, a copy of that resolution and the check are sent to the finance department. Step 5, the finance department sets up a separate line item for grant funds. Step 6, a purchase order is created by the museum. Step 7, services are rendered. Step 8, bill is submitted with the purchase order to accounts and controls. Step 9, accounts and controls process the payment. Step 10, the payment comes in front of the city council for approval. Step 11, upon approval, the treasury generates, cuts the checks, and mails them out. This is why people cannot stand government. This is the reason. This is ludicrous, and it's embarrassing. Services were duly rendered on September 19th and 20th of last year with performances at the museum and the Great Falls. Yet we are stuck at step 5 because the finance department has not yet set up the required line item. This is not your money. These are grant funds that you are required to administer on behalf of your museum. We value our producing partnerships in the city of Paterson. I only wish that we were valued enough to be paid what has been granted to us by the County of Passaic and the State of New Jersey. Basically, I and my fellow artists would just like to be paid, and I think the members of this body might want to be a little bit embarrassed by the bureaucracy that brought me here this evening. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Joseph
speaker.
Hart. Please state your name and address.
My name is Joseph Hart, Paterson, New Jersey, born 1961. I am an OG Patersonian. There's a few things that I hate about my town that's not no good. Downtown is a mess. It's crap. The parkings, they don't respect the yellow lines where the fire trucks or police cars supposed to be, and fire hydrants. And do any of you guys ever take the transit buses? The New Jersey transit buses, that of course. Well, I take the 160, I take the transit bus every day. And when it makes that turn on Ellison Street by that pizzeria, where no cars ain't supposed to be parked at, the sign said $55. Why not bring it up to $255? That gives the city some more money. And put more patrolmen out there to give those tickets out. And the crosswalk, somebody was backing up. I'm trying to cross the doggone street. I almost got hit. And yes, they don't stop for the stop signs. I live on 49 Prince Street. And they don't stop for the stop sign. They're supposed to make us, they don't care about pedestrians in this city, my city, especially downtown. Well, you got a lot of people that's disabled, wheelchairs, whatever, And it's like this city don't care about the pedestrians. What the hell's going on? I'd like to see more of that protection for people that's disabled and people that's got to walk, wherever they got to go at, because it hurts. It hurts. And sooner or later, when them buses make that turn, especially on Ellison Street, they got to go up on the other sidewalk because all these morons are parked their cars where they ain't supposed to park at. I just told the bus driver, Jake, hit those cars like dominoes. Plow them out of the way, They won't park there no more. Because if I did that crap back in the days, I'd get a ticket. And the policemen that used to be there downtown was his area. That was his area. That was Joe White. Hell yeah. Nobody didn't like him, but he would clean the town up and then double parking and everything. It's a mess. And I know some people take the minibuses and whatnot, and they'll be there for a while. A lot of people miss the transit bus trying to catch the bus. That ain't right. That sign said New Jersey Transit. And of course, when I'm crossing that cross zone, I put this cane up. You stop. You stop. And, that's all I got to say right now. I just, you guys have a good night, and God bless you.
Thank you. We love you, Mr. Hart. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yes. Next speaker is Deborah Hannibal. Kindly state your name and address. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Clerk, Council President, council members, to the administration. I stand corrected when I was up here earlier on, it was item number 21. So I was really upset because I've been here before and I've heard that that we've had to pull back contracts that had been awarded because the spec wasn't correct. And that makes no sense. It's a waste of time and money, and we don't have a lot. Because you can hear people coming here asking for money that they should have been paid. And I did write a request earlier this year to be granted an extra minute anytime that I appear before this council. So I'm going to begin. Happy New Year and happy Black History Month. I have not been in the chambers this year, and the last time I was here, I came straight from work. I missed dinner. I was dealing with significant pain from an injury, and I waited nearly 3 hours to speak, and only to receive 3 minutes. When residents come here, they give up dinner, they give up a parking spot, and time with our families. I hope some courtesy and consideration can be extended. I learned years ago that when one person comes to file a complaint, at least 25 to 100 others have that same experience or that same complaint. But maybe they are single parents, they're afraid they won't get a parking spot, they don't come. But when we show up, we should be given some type of courtesy. Tonight, I'm here to address what appears to me to be suppression of information from this administration. I have submitted numerous Oprah requests, many of which have received no reply. I'm told that it should be access granted, denial, or request for clarification, and there's one other one I don't remember. But most recently, I requested 2 years of pay stubs for one employee, along with the resume application and personnel action form. The city responded with a bill that estimated that work would take 3.5 hours. To put this into perspective, payroll systems like ADP or Prime Point typically can generate 2 years of pay stubs in 2 to 4 minutes per year. So if somebody in the chamber would humor me, I still have 1 minute. Go to ChatGPT and ask, how long will it take to access financial pay stubs for 2 years? And then if someone here would also entertain me by going to their app on their phone to see if they can access their payroll records, if you have access to your ADP on your phone or Prime Point, and see if you can get 2 years of records, I'll tell you, it's gonna take at least less than 10 minutes, because I even did it today. And that's a regular part of the duties of someone that works in personnel or payroll. Employees come all the time to request that type of information. It takes less than 10 minutes. But the city wants to charge me, a resident and a taxpayer, $150.
Thank you.
What concerns me is what really concerns me is that this request went through the BA's office, Corporation Counsel's office, and the CFO, because the CFO is now in charge of payroll. And it also went to whoever is the personnel director. That's incompetency at the highest levels, that someone will be charged for 3.5 hours of work for something that will take less than 30 minutes. When people don't know, they don't know. So information is being suppressed. I've asked for vouchers, and I just want to add that when you request salary information in the BA, and hopefully you'll be able to respond, or Corporation Counsel, information for salaries, vouchers, any kind of budget information, you're granted immediate access. Not 7 days, not 10 days, no response.
Thank you, Ms. Hannibal. Thank you.
Thank you. And this is a citizen's guide to the Open Public Records Act. Information is being suppressed.
Thank you very much. Ms. Hannibal, Madam Clerk, next speaker.
The next speaker is Sam Bailey.
Sam Bailey.
What's her name? Please state your name and address. Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Paterson, New Jersey. So I would love the attention that, when you guys owed the lady the bill, everybody was paying attention and focus. Thank you so much. So I have a couple points. All right. So one of the streets that was changed from a two-way street to a one-way street that I don't think it was necessary at all is off 11th Avenue on East 38th Street going towards Route 20. It's a very simple street, about 8 houses on there. I'm not seeing why that was turned to a one-way. All right, next one was holes to be filled. Holes to be filled, we have on East 18th Street and Lawrence Street. There's a pretty big pothole over there. And I was just curious, because while I was watching and observing everybody that was talking, I was curious who's taking the notes when people ask these questions, just to see how they're going to get back to them. All right, cool. So the holes on East 18th Street and Lawrence Street. The other hole is on East 33rd Street when you come off of Park Avenue and go to 17th Avenue, so you're passing that back end of PNC Bank. All right, one, I'm gonna have to drive by that Ward Street and Hamilton Street, because honestly, I don't see why they wouldn't make that turn to the left, because it's gonna be too much traffic. Gonna be a whole bunch of people after they pass TD Bank, they're gonna be making U-turns just to go back on Hamilton Street. Next, honestly, that towing of the residents' vehicles, my car wasn't towed. However, I don't see why we in Paterson would be given same-day notice to move cars off a street to possibly go into a destination that also did not come through that text message at a couple of days, and then to tow people cars. And when I called into the city, that's how I even found out they was towing people cars on that Thursday afternoon when she told me they were going to tow it on Park Ave, Madison. And I'm like, wait, I'm driving up Park Ave right now. I don't see a sign. So to put those signs up on the same day, which is Passaic County wouldn't even do that because they have to have 24-hour notice. That was cold and heartless. And for those people to have their cars towed, they should really be reimbursed, not have to pay any towing fees whatsoever, because let's be honest, this was because of snow and not because of them being irresponsible. All right, next. All right, by the way, yes. Love to get some more information about what he was talking about in terms of that abatement. I'm not a fan. I understand that maybe back in the day, we had a lot of abandoned buildings. Yes, we needed them to get cleaned up, but right now, that time has passed for about 2.5 years now. We have way too many development buildings and not enough paying taxes. Yes, I'm one of those people who was extremely angry about this letter. Let's be honest. This thing, I've seen 4 of them, and the 4 of them I did the math, is 2.87 that they were all doubled by. I'm not sure who you guys think are going to pay these taxes. We don't have it, and it's ridiculous, and we do need people to understand that. I was told to talk to the BA. So we do need people to understand that. I want to know what is really going to be done about this, because these letters are going out, and as what somebody else here said, we don't know this 2.261. It's actually too high for me anyway, because let's be honest, this thing went up for me by $325,200. What? Come on now, let's be reasonable. Now we're talking about all across the city of Paterson. And then the other thing about all these buildings and all these different residents coming in here, who's paying for the sewer, the water, the streets? And then when you guys are going around talking about giving out tickets, we don't have no parking. So if we keep on building these big buildings, that time has passed. We have no room to put these places. So we got more cars getting ticketed for stop sign, parking at the fire hydrants. Guess what? They want to go home. They need to go inside their house. They cannot sit there and just double park and then hope their car don't get towed. I just think that we need to understand that humanity is very much necessary, and we cannot be just not considering the fact that people got bills. Healthcare went up, insurances go up. Car insurance is high in Paterson alone, much less getting your car towed for parking when you go home.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Javi, if you could just see her. Last speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Garcia Frazier. Please state your name and address.
This is the last speaker for the evening. Thank you. Good evening, Ms. Frazier.
Hi, good evening, everybody. My name is Gracia Fraser, and I've been in Paterson since I was 15 years old. I'm not going to tell you my other age now. But anyway, Paterson have been my own for my entire life, you have to say. However, I know we're all not new to snow. Snow has been around from before man, and we can't predict it. However, I think it's about time Paterson came up with a better system of snow removal. So I think that we should, when the snow falls, there should be a system, okay, in sections, okay, from this time to this time, move your car, pick the snow up. Because we don't have anywhere to go. This is a big, huge city, and we can't really park. A lot of the homes don't have driveway. Most home has 2 and 3, 4, 5 car household, and tenants is there. So where does that leave us? What do we do with the snow? And the system that the mayor put in place was not an appropriate system. Like, how do you get home? I mean, there wasn't no trolley, there wasn't no shuttle for people to park their car and get home. And his system of, towing everybody's car. Now, my second thing is, I was managed to work hard as a single mother, and I bought my home in 2014. So, since 2014, they've been assessing my home from 148 to 149,000, and I've been in the 150 since then. And now, last year I'm at 158, and then the estimated one now is $450,000 for a little fixer-upper home that I bought that I'm still trying to fix and can't get it fixed all the way done because there's so much to do, but I have to work and, make deal with the workman. I'll pay you every 2 weeks because I don't have the money. Now, how do Paterson, these appraisals, go about appraising our home at how they come up with these numbers, and how are we expected to jump from that to that when you still have fixer-upper with your step broken, you still got windows to fix, you still got, how do they come up with these numbers? I would like an explanation, and I'd also like to know, I know Mr. Alex Menendez and Mr. Jackson, I think, is going to be running for mayor. What are your input of assessing us or helping us with these tax hikes that are impacting us, the residents, and not the big guys that are coming in building and building? And Mr. Velez, I heard you said that Newark is building up, and I can only address you on that because I work in Newark. However, Newark is building up, but their rent is not as high as Paterson. I can tell you that because I work with people that live there. In Newark, you could still get a 2-bedroom apartment for $1,200, for $1,000, and you work with people that are in Newark that are paying lower rent, and they're building up. It's, not everywhere is building up. And I'm telling you, from my experience of working in the hospital, Paterson has way better system of people and class than in Newark, because I live in Paterson, and it was a culture shock for me to work in Newark. And I said, I'm in the hospital system, and I don't hear people cursing at us in Paterson, and I've worked in Paterson, but we are so much of a higher class, and I'm not putting down anybody, but I just want you to know that with all these buildings coming into Paterson, our rent has skyrocketed through the roof, and it's causing 5-10 people to share one apartment to survive. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate you.
Thank you so much. There are no more speakers.
Seeing none, move to close.
Motion to close by Councilwoman Davila, second by Council President Mims. Roll call to close the regular meeting on February the 10th. Madam Clerk, roll call.
Roll call to close the
Public portion.
Thank you,
Close
Madam
the public
Clerk. This is
portion.
to close the public portion.
Roll call to close the public portion. Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila.
So I just want to quickly just say this, specifically to all those that have received the notice of increases, all right? It's astronomical. What I'm hearing, and I've gotten numerous calls, and all I am telling everyone, come to the tax office, pick up your application, and move forward so you can have an appeal with the county, because I honestly even questioned it as well, how these companies that is, and we're mandated, by the way, to do this, so this is something that has to be done. It's my understanding that some of the individuals, Councilman Mendez, I'm actually addressing the person who was talking about, okay. So I just don't want you to lose on what I wanted to say, because I think you should go for an appeal. But I will say this, when you talk about, your humble home that still needs, different things to be addressed, what I am seeing, because I've asked the people that have called me, did they go into your house? And every person that has told me that they got that big pump increase, none of them went inside. So they did an assessment of the outside. You have the right to appeal, and I'm going to say it to every person that got a letter with their increase, that they did not go inside your home to do a true assessment. Please do an appeal. All right, and to everyone else, thank you very much for coming and addressing us. I think that every person that comes here, for us, it is important to hear you. Unfortunately, there are times where we don't have immediate responses, but we definitely will make sure that for the next meeting, and for those also that ask, our clerk is the person that handles all of the requests. They're put in writing, and then they're sent to all of us. There's also a transcription. If you ever want it, you go to the clerk's office to request a copy of that meeting's transcript. With that said, and to all my council members, have a good night. I'm actually leaving, so my vote is yes to close the public portion.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So,
Fortunately, you ladies had an opportunity to see tonight exactly who's working on your behalf. You know, what's happening, the reason why the assessments have ballooned so much is because there's been an allowance by developers to buying these houses at foreclosure for $25,000, flip it back to themselves for $500,000-$600,000. So what's looking like a trend of sales in a neighborhood, it's only a developer flipping a house back to himself. They create a new LLC, they flip the house back to themselves. When you go to do a comp, you're looking at comparables at $500,000, $600,000. There's houses on North 4th Street, there's 2-family houses selling for $650,000. So when you look at what they're allowing to take place, and then, you know, the ultimate plan here, if you ask me, is their claim that, well, when we instituted this Garden State Growth Zone, it was all these blighted properties, and now there are no more. Well, guess what? How many blighted properties are going to be when people start losing their homes because they can't pay those taxes? Who are they setting that up for? When you talk about the benefit of the developers, most of which live in Franklin Lakes, they live in, you know, there's places where they're living $5-6 million homes, and they're getting that benefit off of the city of Paterson. But yet and still, you see my fellow colleagues sit here and refuse to support a measure that's going to force them to pay their fair share. Further, there's a cluster of properties that's managed by these management groups like Israel Roisman, Penrose, that's supposed to be getting managed by the city of Paterson Housing Authority, and they're not. They're not providing the services, and even those facilities are raising the rents to astronomical levels. Listen, your council member could tell you anything they want to tell you in your ear. They could talk slick all they want to. They could whisper sweet nothings and tell you how cute you are, tell you how much they care. If they can't institute some real planning and show you how we're going to reduce the tax rate, if they're unwilling to hold developers accountable now, then why are we supporting them? That's including on people that's running for re-election. We have not held developers accountable at all in our community. We've allowed them to come in here, make a great deal of money, and then we praise them for how much contributions they make back to the community. Yes, because they're making so much money that they're able to divvy around and give up some crumbs so that we can feel happy about it. But be aware, because a lot of these people that's voting that don't take a stand against this stuff, they're not paying these high rents. They're living in facilities or in houses that's owned by a developer, paying a fraction of the cost that everybody else is being asked to pay. So that's something that we need to keep in mind. Lastly, with regard to the library, I'll say this. You know, we have witnessed every single year that this administration just totally undermined the importance of the library. You have a number of the union contract workers come here today, talk about the fact that their contracts have been ratified several years ago, and yet they still have not been funded. This council, again, has not stood on its obligation to make sure that the finances are being done properly. One council person can't do it. And when you have other council members sitting here acting as if, I'll be right out to speak to you ladies, acting as if they're working on your behalf, but yet can't hold firm on a vote to make sure that the employees and the staff of the people that's providing the most critical services in our community is met, then it's telling you all they have to tell you. Lastly, I want to just make this point. Tonight you witnessed, you know, the community's best interest being not only just ignored but stomped out like a burning cigarette on the bud, right? We had an opportunity not only to challenge all of these tax abatements that's been in place since 2023, but we also had an opportunity to wipe off the board so that people cannot continue to just get away with building whatever they want to build here and not have to pay their fair share in taxes. Nobody in this council is going to be paying the price for this because these tax abatements is going to be lasting for 30+ years. Nobody in this council is going to be here. But who's paying the price? You, the residents. If you're a renter, you're paying the price because you're being pushed out of your own community. If you're a homeowner, look what's just happened. And then they're misleading you by giving you the perception that the rate is going to be set at 2.7%. That's an absolute lie. And nobody in this council should be standing still while that letter was able to go out in that fashion. With that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes. Thank you.
Councilman Mendez.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I would like to take this moment to thank all the residents of the city of Paterson that came on public portion to express their concern. It's been a very difficult time for our Paterson residents. I'm receiving letters from this appraisal company left and right, and it's very serious what happened in Paterson because we're pushing people out of this town. Residents that are being here for 40 and 50 years. We're forcing them to move out, to get out of the city, and we're not sure if they're going to be able to sell their property because a property that's going from $14,000 to $18,000 in taxes is going to be almost impossible for you to put that property in the market and be able to sell the property based on the interest rate that we have, and it's such a high taxes. It's sad. I mean, we have people online on food pantry because what they working, they got 1 and 2 jobs and they still cannot make enough money to be able to put food on the table. That's what we're facing here, Paterson residents. And at the same time, when you go outside, almost 3 weeks after the storm, all the streets in Paterson are full of ice. Some of the streets they're still one way. All the bus stop, they're full of ice. It was horrible to see one of the senior residents in the 3rd Ward fell on Brilliant Avenue because the entire bus stop is full of ice in both sides. That's what we face in Paterson. We pay high taxes in this city and we're getting no services at all. And that's what really concerns me the most, that people, they don't see any light at the end of the tunnel. And one of the things that I would like to inform our resident about this letter is that they talking about the 2.261%, and they give you a total estimate on how much you're gonna pay on taxes. But I would like to inform the community that you got to do this math. The 2.261 is only the city portion. They didn't add the county tax, the district school tax, the open space, the library. This property from $5,889, it will pay $15,134 from $5,800 to $15,000. That's what we're facing in the city of Paterson. Tell me if we're not pushing people out of the city. But at the same time, we cannot even receive basic service. And the mayor is responsible about this. I'm saying this over and over. He's been getting more money than any other administration. And look at the condition of the city. You know how hard it is to bring more revenue to the city? When people walk into Paterson and they see the filthiness of the city, they see how the city looks. A lot of people are walking away. We have to organize the city, clean it in order to attract new business, to attract people to stay in Paterson. Our downtown was looking like a ghost town in Paterson. The garbage in our community. We got people leaving this city every single day. They closing their door because they're not making any money here. That's what we face in Paterson residents. That's what we're facing. Yes, election has consequences, absolutely. But we got to talk about this. I'm going to be helping residents with appeals. So I want you to appeal this. It's just unacceptable. It's impossible. The young man that has his property on 14th Avenue, he called me today almost crying because his taxes went up $18,280. $18,000 on a 2-family house, Paterson resident. That's what we're facing here. And at the same time, just go outside and look at the condition of the street. The mayor, he's waiting for the weather to get better, for some rain, for the ice to go away. It's almost impossible. Or after 3 weeks after the storm. That's what we face in Paterson. That's what we cannot stay quiet about that. We definitely cannot. So I want to recommend our residents to get your appeals ready. you have to appeal it, but once again, you have to add those numbers because that's not the realistic number. That's not the actual number that you're gonna end up in paying when they add the county taxes, the school district, the open space, and the library. You're gonna end up with 4.69% more or less on your taxes. That's what we face in Paterson here. So it's sad because we're pushing a lot of people out of the city. You know, and it's heartbreaking. We have a lot of single family, especially in the third ward and all the rest of the city, that they live on fixed income. Some of them, they just get the Social Security and a little bit of money here and there, and it's going to be impossible for them to pay. At the last meeting, we hear about the lien, how many liens we sold. 1,200 liens. The result of all the liens, this is the result of all the lien. Because people that are under the water, they can't pay. If they don't make enough money, they're going to stop paying. And once you have a lien on your property, in 2 years, that person could do a foreclosure on your property, and you could lose your property for that lien. That's the reality that we're facing here in the city of Paterson. And at the same time, go outside and look at the condition that we have in the city, full of garbage and a storm that the city utilized to hurt the most vulnerable people in the community. To towing cars left and right. I spoke with Corporation Council, and I'm looking forward to see that legislation on the next workshop to reimburse the money that we charge to all those people that we towing those cars. A lot of signs were missing. A lot of people that they have no place to park. They couldn't put the car on their head or inside their room, so they have to park somewhere. And at the next day, the car was gone. I saw people crying because the car was the only source of income that they have to do over Dash, Uber Eats, and that's the way they make this money to pay the rent. And guess what? The car was gone, and they have to pay $400 to be able to get the car out. That's a crime. That's a crime. It's impossible that we could continue allowing this to happen in our own community. It's impossible. That legislation also, the ordinance, I'm looking forward, Corporation Council, to amend the ordinance on towing during a state of emergency. I'm looking forward to make that amendment because that has to stop. This is the last time that we could allow this to happen. It's sad, Paterson, but that's what we're facing. And I'm going to talk because if you pay your taxes and they pick up your garbage on time, they pick up your recycling on time, they clean the street, remove the snow, at least you see that the money is going somewhere. But look what happened, Paterson. I'm getting texts and phone calls every single day, and I feel frustrated because people believe that we have the power to make things happen like that. You have to call, and you have to wait for them to respond. And everybody knows when you're going against the mayor, he used all his power to go against you. That's what he's doing. He's a bully. He's the Donald Trump of Paterson. So, Paterson resident, I'm looking forward to continue this fight. Enough is enough. With the library, I'm in full support with the library. I love what the last speaker say. Library is a necessity in the city of Paterson. Our community, we have a working class community that at least, that's the least that we could provide them a free service through the library, and I'm in full support. I make a recommendation way back about the filming money. I know it's not a lot, but it's a little bit of money that will help, you know, to the library. So we have to be creative. Every dollar matter in the city of Paterson. Every dollar. With that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Omar.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to comment. If anybody does want to appeal their assessment, you would have to go to the first floor of the tax office. And I want to thank every speaker for coming forward. With that being said, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Udine.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Good evening, Paterson. Thank you, those who are here. Thank you for joining. Thank you for your input. And thank you to the public, those who joined online. So let me start with the appraisals that a major concern. And I am reading so many text messages as of now. And well, if you notice that in the tax assessment, appraisals that were sent that reflects, I don't know, where's Mr. CFO? Mr. Bier, can I have your attention? Mr. Bier. So, Mr. Bier. So, I'd like to make sure clarify, and this is a concern of many residents. They are texting, and I'm reading some of the text messages, some of the appraisals were received by the people and comparing the languages. So I would say with that appraisal that the property values were shown, I would say, unusually high. I mean, I would say pretty much double comparing to 2025 to this year. The great things that you can see on the paper, which is the tax rate, in 2025 is showing the 5.5%, and this year is showing 2.2% and some changes. Where total taxes looks like should keep being same or somewhere slightly decrease. But again, this is not finalized though. This is going to be finalized after how Paterson Public Schools introduce their budget, county budget as well. And in 1 year so at that point, the resident might be satisfied since it doesn't look like the total amount increased too much. However, that unusual hike might affect somewhere in the near future. That's what I'm looking at. Last two years, Paterson Public Schools raised their taxes. Not sure what they're looking forward to. County are pretty much stable, I would say, compared to ourselves or school district. But I think the appraisal service should clarify to the public that what was their methodology to assess these properties. I mean, in 1 year, we all know that values went pretty high in the last few years. However, it did not, like that way showed from 2025 to this year, prices went double. I don't think it doesn't sound correct, because I was reading about 5 text messages, 5 different letters, and that kind of says that. I'm going to forward some of the messages over to you, or you can see you can talk to the tax assessor to find out that how they assessed those properties. So this is a major concern. Paterson is struggling, that's true. However, we introduced a budget with 2% increase, which is minimum requirement as we receive transitional aid. And this is one of my stand always been that I even in introduction, I did not want it to see more than the required increase to our budget. But if assessment go that much high, doesn't matter how we stand against tax increases, it's going to negatively impact to our property owners. So I want your stand on this to find out from the appraisal service that how they appraised those properties. Again, thank you. I see the director from the library here. We are extremely happy seeing some of the libraries were revitalized. And I want to see these libraries are providing services. We need more employees. I 100% agreed. And I think we need in-depth discussion that how can we be more supportive, not only just introducing a new contract, but also how can we make sure that our library is getting supported by providing resources, because this is very important. And as you know that our children in Paterson Public Schools, many of them are going through the situation there where they do not have a space in their house to sit and read, but they use our libraries. So we have to keep our libraries open. Our librarians, the employees should be supportive to our children. So I think, Director, we need to have a discussion behind the camera and see where we can end up with. Again, Paterson, thank you for your input. Thank you for joining us. Whether your comment goes in favor or against us doesn't matter. It helps us to make the right decision for our people. With that being said, my vote is yes to close the public portion.
Thank you, Councilman Velez.
Thank you, Council. Madam Clerk, let me see where I start. So, Mr. BA, if it's possible, I know you wrote some note downs regarding the public coming up. They're concerned with the library and also with the museum.
I am the chairman of the Statutory Service and Municipal Service and Statutory agencies. If it's possible, I could get a slight report from A to Z timeline of any, if it's possible. I know you're the new BA and you're catching up with everything that was behind probably in the past of the library. Any conversation regarding budget, anything that moving forward will fulfill their demands, right? So because we're going to a new project, new process of budget, and so we could have it ready. We could call a meeting for statutory with the committee, and if you want to lay it in the committee meeting, we could lay it down in the committee meeting. We could invite the library director, the museum director, and because it's a committee meeting, we could highlight their needs and also moving forward how we could budget them better. I'm not going to talk about the snow removal. It's being critical not only in Paterson, has been critical in Newark, Jersey City, Helden, Passaic is still removing snow from the street. Total is still removing snow from the street. We have 17 plus inches of snow. What it really made it worse was the temperatures. Let's be honest. No mayor from today or no mayor from tomorrow, if we don't equip DPW the proper way, we're not going to remove not even 5 inches of snow. But I commend the DPW workers, employees, Paterson PD, fire department that was out there working day and night, making sure our roads will be safe and making sure, that was not for me, and making sure everything keep on smooth. I did say that there's a neighbor borough next to us is, I believe, 5.6 miles, street miles in their town, and they still were struggling with those ice and those snow. Meanwhile, we have 156 miles of street. We did a pretty job and continue doing the job it's supposed to be. Regarding, ladies and gentlemen, you know, I know we're in campaign season, but regarding the revow, the city council did not approve the revow. Neither or the mayor of the city of Paterson, not even this mayor, not even Joy Torres, not even the previous mayor, approved the revow of the property in the city of Paterson. The revow was approved and mandated by the county taxation office with the state law. So the county commissioner meetings are Tuesday at 5:30 in the afternoon. They the one that should listen also the residents of Paterson. Now, of course, this benefits some people, and of course, people that are getting benefit will see that they're getting hit because they make improvement to their property. So now the property is not reval at 300, it reval probably at 500. They're making that investment in their property. Of course, it's going to go high. Of course, it's going to go high. That's why I voted no to the 2% the tax mandated by the state, the cap, because I know that people are not looking that the county's going up, the school board is going up, the library tax is going up, open space is going up, and we are the collectors of those portion of the tax bills. If we go pay only 2%, that would be beautiful, but we had to collect them to be able to have the responsibility and pay them and collect those taxes for them. You know, everybody's going to campaign that we could lower your taxes, we could stabilize taxes. So you imagine if we remove the New Jersey growth, just imagine, more property is going to be abandoned. Nobody's going to be interested to come to Paterson and invest. One thing I know, that we remove that, and let's take opportunity to bless Paterson that we're going to have into 2028. Because if we don't have it into 2028, you know who's going to grow? Newark, Jersey City, Hoboken. All those cities are growth because we decide to block those people that want to put Paterson on the map. Last but not least, I don't like to rebuttal a lot of things from the public, but, you know, when they say Newark has lower rent, so thanks God for ChatGPT. They used to criticize me because I use it. Now everybody uses it for even arts and all that stuff. That's a good thing. But University Heights in Newark, New Jersey, the average rent is from $2,600 up. North Ironbound, $2,400 up. Downtown Newark, $1,950 up. West Side, $2,000 up. Springfield, et cetera, up to $1,400 up, right? That's one. Next to us, Clifton, that people say, oh, Clifton is cheaper rent. A studio apartment, $1,700, up to $1,900 a month. A bedroom apartment, $1,800 up. A two-bedroom apartment, $2,300 up. A three-bedroom, $3,000 up. That's my Clifton neighbor. Passaic, that people say that Passaic is better than Paterson. Okay, studio, $1,500 up. Two-bedroom, $2,100 up. Three-bedroom, $2,500 up. I'm not saying to justify that we cannot do better. We could do better. But you know whose responsibility is to do better? Is the administration to identify, not to create affordable housing, is to create low-income housing. Because right now, everything's affordable. But low income, for those people that cannot pay rent because they don't work, they live in Social Security, et cetera, they low income, based on low income. That's how we could work for the people of the city of Paterson. Okay, so saying that, I'm not in real estate, I'm not campaigning based on real estate, I'm working based, sorry, not campaigning because I'm not running, but I'm doing what I have to do when people just bring some facts that it's not the logical one. The mayor, the council, nobody in the city voted for reevaluation, was mandated, and also mandated way back in 2014, I believe, mandated by the court that the property had to be evaluated because it was low on the market rate. So saying that, Madam Clerk, thank you. Council President, thank you. My vote is yes to close.
Thank you, Councilman. Council President.
So I will be brief because we're closing the public portion. So first and foremost, thank you to all the speakers that have come in person and those that are watching and those that have been texting all night in relations to whether it was the sounds or other things that have been going on in the council meeting. We appreciate all of your concerns. As it's been stated, I'm a homeowner as well as some that sit on this side of the dais. If you received your reassessment, a reval, and it is higher than expected, please go to the tax assessor's office. Perhaps they tried to come to your house and was not provided access in to do a true evaluation and an assessment. So if you go there and reschedule that appointment, or make the appeal on the first floor to the tax assessor's office here in City Hall, that will assist. I heard it stated on tonight about Madison Ave. Madison Ave is, Councilman? Madison Ave is a county road, and so the county did do a big portion of it, and they were supposed to come back. So to Mr. BA, I know that they're in the, I'm not sure what phase of the snow cleanup, but I know the county did start some areas and did not come back. I know the temperatures will be increasing starting tomorrow and next week in the 40s, but there are some corners in the city that has a lot of snow at the corners where people are trying to, when it's hard to make a stop, full stop, and you're sliding sometime into ice. I got a call from North 3rd and Cliff Street, which I sent it to DPW on the hill. It was full of ice, so if we could just check some of these areas, because as the snow is dissipating on its own, we want to make sure as it's doing that in those areas when the temperature does drop at night, that we don't have a whole bunch of ice pockets in the community. There were many great points that were made on tonight, and many concerns or questions that were made on tonight. And I want to say this, in BA, there are many concerns that have been stated, right? And some things that were not really true that I've seen even on social media. One thing I tell the community, when things are done, the community doesn't see a difference between the mayor and the council, because they look at all of us elected officials to get it done. So one of the things I would like to see is a full report of the towing, because I heard it stated, and for me, I like to verify facts. With a situation where someone's car was towed and they said it was towed and there was no police officer. So I reached out and I found it not to be true. There was a lieutenant there. I have the lieutenant's number, Lieutenant 153, who was there and made the complaint and made the request for the tow car to be towed. Now, did the resident catch them and they gave them credence and didn't tow the car? Yes. But there was a lieutenant, not just out, he wasn't just, he called it in, he was on site. He was there circling the area for cars that were possibly abandoned, that were snowbound. There were cars that were towed that did not have any license plate or insurance. So I would like to get a full report of all the cars that's been towed. And are there some other concerns? Possibly, yes. But there are some major concerns that happened as well. And that's why I believe Councilman Velez, who's not here, I hope he can hear me. Councilman Velez made a valid point about the work that is being done, because there's some great work that's being done. You have on one side people are saying, enforce the law. So then when they start enforcing the law, then you're mad they're enforcing the law. So they got to do their job. You're asking them to do their job. We're pushing them to do their job, and they're doing it. And I want to say, and I'll put this on the record, and I know our finance chair is not here, as well as some of the finance committee members, but we did have a meeting with the library director. Our BA was present. I know he's in constant communication with the director in regards to the financial issues and/or concerns there, and I know they're in constant dialogue about that. But I did hear the woman that came on tonight, she talked about a grant. She said it's possibly about $5,000. So can we just check to see if it's like stuck in a loop or something, to make sure that we can clear that up? But I know sometimes we want it done quick, but there has to be checks and balances, even when it comes to grants and those dollars. So there's one central repository for those things. So if you could just check that, and there's many other requests. I know Constituent Services was here on tonight and took a lot of that information and has responded. But, you know, we're here to serve, and I tell the community, I don't do politics while I sit in this chair, because I do it outside the building. We're here to do the city's business, and I think that's key, because we have our secretary, our Madam Clerk, our stenographer, and everybody's here. I will say this because two things. One, I don't want anyone to tell the public that myself and Councilwoman Cotton have an issue. Councilwoman Cotton and I don't have any issues. So to even try to pose that on Facebook is a mistruth. We don't have issues. You have to bring decorum in the chambers. Sometimes you don't see what's happening in the chambers, you don't see what's going on, but to try to insinuate that there's a concern, there is not, definitely not a concern. We talk every single day. We're council colleagues, and even deeper than that, but we don't have a concern, so I don't want that. But also, in addition to that, I also want to state that there's many things going on in the community as it relates to events, situations that pertain to our students, situations that pertain to our seniors, and I would ask the community to please reach out to some of our seniors and those that are not able to shovel out. There was a lot of seniors that could not get out and or shovel, and there's also it's a stomach virus that's going around, so please be safe and be careful. Madam Clerk, to close public portion, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Council President. The votes are 8 in favor, 1 absent. Public portion is now closed.
Motion to close the meeting, regular meeting of February
Move
10th. Moved by Councilman Mendez, second by Council President Mims. Roll call to close the meeting.
Roll call to close the regular meeting of February 10th, 2026. Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to say that I want to say to all the speakers that came tonight, all the ones that are even watching TV, there was quite a bit of concerns and stuff. I think, Council President, you looking at the stuff on Facebook. If I have a comment, just let me finish my comment. If I need to finish something and I'm trying to explain what happened, just let me finish explaining what happened. That's all needs to be done, like everybody else sitting up here. That's it. You may not like the answer, but that's the answer that I'm giving. So that's all that's about. And she's right, we do talk every day. But let me finish my comment like everybody else sits up here, finish up their comments. Also, I want to say that I know everybody was talking about the tax bills. I know that I told my tax assessor office that when the bills did finally come out, I mean when the assessment came out for your property, that I will be having a meeting so I can explain to them. Some people already got a price on that, which I don't understand how they did that. But when you go into the tax assessor office, there's a rate that I was told that will come down. And once you go in there, so just be on the lookout for myself as councilman of the 4th Ward of having a meeting to discuss the new rate that they have to come out with that they have not come out with. So I don't understand how they put a estimate tax rate, a tax increase on a bill that they have not established the rate yet, and the rate has to be established. So I want everyone to be on the lookout for that. I just want to say also too, there's many things that are going on. I know there was a lot of things with the snow removal. I just want to say to you all in Paterson, even though we're only 8 square miles, but we're over 190 miles of road. That's a lot of road. That's like driving from here to Delaware, a road. So how can we pick up the snow better? It was suggested maybe using street cleaning days or whatever that way, but I know that we have to be able to figure out something. I mean, when I've been in my house 40 years, and I know what my neighbors and what we did when it came to snow removal and when just certain things that we did on ourselves. So, but I want to thank you all for coming. I want to thank those that came. Thank those that spoke. Thank you for watching. I always say, you know, I'm always here. If you need to call me for anything, any information you need to understand, just give me a call. With that being said, I would say good night to all my council colleagues, to my Madam Clerk, to my Secretary Deidre, to my BO, my BA, to my Corporation Counsel, to my CFO, and to you all at the audience. Have a good night. God bless you. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So I'm going to just end it by saying this. You know, people continue to be here and talk about different things, and it's amazing. I can't help but mention, but to acknowledge, Councilman Mendez has been cheerleading all year, all the last 4 years with the mayor, cutting ribbons, holding hands, smiling. All of a sudden, he's utilizing my verbiage, that he's the mayor that's had the most money in the history of the city of Paterson. And yes, it is true, but he's been supporting all of these measures that the mayor's been bringing forward. Now that there's election season's here, all of a sudden none of these things are correct. Every single item, in fact, since he became the council president, he's become the mayor's rubber stamp, basically. This matter with the library has been ongoing. The library has been getting shortchanged. In fact, the money that comes to the city that we've been giving the library for the last 20+ years, we've been excluding it. You've never once taken a measure within the budget hearings to make sure to force the administration to provide those full services to the library. All of a sudden now we got employees come through from the union, and now we're advocating for the library. You had all these years to do so. Listen, Paterson, it's time to do something completely different. Otherwise, our expectations of a change is not going to be realized. It's only going to continue to get worse. With that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Mendez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'm very proud of my vote. I've been supporting the right thing for Paterson, good project. I've been supporting resurfacing in the first ward when you'll be voting against, when all those trees are destroyed and with piles everywhere. So I'm not using this seat to go against people just because. I use this seat to legislate. And let me just say, Paterson, I'm not campaigning, in support or with this situation that happened. When we talk about taxes, we talk about the biggest issue that we're facing in the city of Paterson. As everybody know, I got the most amount of homeowners in the city of Paterson, the third ward, and I hear this every day. I hear people that live on a fixed income taking the decision to move out of Paterson because they really can't afford it. Those people that live on fixed income, they can't take this, and this is going to push a lot of people moving out of the city. This is going to push people moving out of town and out of state, Paterson. I mentioned the line of people in the food pantry. Those people that are in the food pantry, they have jobs, and they cannot even make enough money to put food on the table, Paterson resident. That's what happened in the city of Paterson. And the budget reflects the quality of service that you will provide to the constituents. So when I go out there and I see, I'm not, okay, all the time they do a better job. Kudos to our DPW workers. They need more equipment, but that's administration responsibility. This council approved everything that the mayor put on the table for him to do his job. I remember Jeffrey Jones, and I mentioned this before. Jeffrey Jones was crucified on the last storm. Now he doesn't want people to talk about his poor performing. It's not the mayor who put a plan together before, during, and after the storm, like all the mayors throughout the entire municipality. Passaic did a great job, a phenomenal job cleaning. They didn't tow all those cars. They didn't have, that was not the case in Passaic. So Paterson, the reason why I'm here and I'm speaking about this is because I hear the crying of the resident every single day. The crying of the resident every single day. When I went to Brilliant Avenue, one of my seniors fell on Brilliant Avenue because the bus stop is full of ice 3 weeks after the storm, Paterson. We see that. We could do better. I'm very sure that we could do better. We could clean the city. We could do it. But it's take a strong leadership to get the job done. Enough of excuses. It's nice to say, oh, we did it. No, the mayor have all the money in the world to get the job done. The ball is in his court. Get it done. Look at the condition of the city. Don't listen to me. Don't follow just go outside and look the way Paterson look now, and you come back and tell me. Good night, Paterson. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Udine?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. One more time, public. First of all, thank you for allowing me to serve you. And one thing I'd like to just one more time. We do have a lot of frustration, and I always agree that we always have room to improve, always. And this is very true. But commitment of our DPW crews, you cannot question. I mean, storm and until today, they're out there. They're trying their level best to clear our streets. That's very true. But at the same time, as residents of this city, and as we do have quorum? to speak? We do.
Yes.
Okay, he's still in the
He's
room.
still
Okay.
there.
And it is also our responsibility to take care of our front yard, backyard. And as someone, and I have mentioned last workshop session I was the witness. There are 5 cars that are towed from Toro Avenue because whoever the owner, they didn't even clear their own cars. I mean, we cannot really justify everything together. Yes, if there was car towed, just because there was no notice, no signage, but still the car towed. I think we do have a process, Corporation Council, to come to the second floor. There is a paper form to fill out, and they can get their money reimbursement. We do have the process in place. And whoever called me, I said, if you have the proof that there was no signage posted, please go to the second floor. There is a paper you can fill out, and you can get your money back. But again, the city cannot move forward just with the work of administration or just work of the elected official, council, or the employees, but we all have to be part of it. Think about last Saturday, that was extremely, extremely cold, below 0 degrees. There was a house fire, windy day, house fire on Union Avenue. Few hours, Paterson Fire Department were on the street to control the situation, control the fire. But luckily, no one was injured. And this is the commitment we see there. But again, we are shortage of our employees in every single department. And we have to have a plan that's absolutely agreed with our council colleagues that we need resources, we need more employees in the departments, we need better equipment, updated equipment in our departments. Police department, I can say 2 police officers right here. And I used to say police response rate is very frustration level, that 100% true, because every day I make few phone calls. Let's say there is an accident, 3 hours on the street, no police responded. And Council President, give me a minute. But for the information of our resident, that they feel that one of the units that they have seen that passed by did not even stop. But according to my best knowledge, and last time I paid the visit to the dispatch center, whenever police officer get phone calls, in 10 minutes they respond to this matter. But because it's too many calls on the line, even dispatch center could not even forward that request to the police officer, to the unit, because of too many requests. Comparing to number of officers in our city, comparing to our residents, is very low. We need to hire more police officers. And this is why we have introduced a new police contract which might interest more officers to join our police department. Paterson, again, we all have to be part of this progress. All have to be part of this progress. And I am always optimistic about our future, that we like to see our city moving forward with our cooperative action. With that being said, Paterson, again, we are grateful, and I'm grateful to allowing me to serve your councilman at large in the city of Paterson. My vote is yes to close the public portion, close and end today's regular meeting.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Velez.
No, you didn't.
My vote is yes,
Councilman
Madam Clerk.
Omar,
Good
thank
night,
you so
Paterson.
much.
This week.
Councilman Velez.
So, you know when you watch the news and all the news are bad, but you had the last 30 seconds to say something positive and the news end? I'm not the last one. The last one is Council President. She always great last news, good news. But first of all, it's disrespectful that I'm the last person sitting here and I have to listen to everyone in my right and everybody leave when they already speak. I know the Councilwoman Davila excused herself early because she had matters to take care of, but it's disrespectful that I sit here, I listen to everyone, and they just walk away. And that's disrespectful to the quorum. and to the decorum of this chambers. And I will not do that. I will not do that. I never break quorums, and I try to listen to all my colleagues with the concern. Madam Clerk, I was watching the Black History Month program through YouTube in the lovely Dominican Republic. I know it was cold here, but over there it was hot. I want to say congratulations to the committee that put this all together, to your office, to your secretary, to your clerks, because it was a beautiful, beautiful event. I want to thank Ernest Rucker for introducing my honoree of that night, Paula Alford. But one thing I have to clarify on the record, I'm not the stepson of Ernest Rucker. Okay, we are family. Benji, thank you for that type of announcement. I laughed on Dominican Republic when I was watching this, but it was good. It was good. It reminded me too that last year I gave the honorary to Cañada Stewart, but I wasn't here. And I want to say this for the record. I have a new family, and since I got married, the father of my wife's birthday is real important. He's turning 87, and she's the oldest daughter, so I had to be there with her. So happy birthday to my father-in-law. I will translate this. I'm not going to do like Bad Bunny, sorry. Everybody's criticizing Bad Bunny. Ladies and gentlemen, just enjoy the music. Just enjoy the music. Just an advice for those that want to be mayor in the city of Paterson and to the mayor of Paterson. Next time we have a storm or any kind of situation that merit a state of emergency plan, invite all 9 council members to the OEM meeting and get a plan together, and nobody get an excuse. That is working together. That is working together. Councilman Mendez, you plan to run for mayor. You are. But you're not listening to the concern of the colleagues that probably are working with you when you be sitting there. So one of the recommendations I'm giving is that if, and to Jackson left, right? But those that are running for mayor, at least listen to a recommendation. When it's snowing, a storm is announced or whatever, instead of having everybody fighting each other out there, you're going to bring all the council to the BA and everybody to the OEM meetings and sit down and set up a plan to work together for the benefit of the residents of Paterson. Then when you create that plan, everybody's on board and everybody get along and everybody take a shovel and start digging driveways. Right? So that's a good idea, right? Now, it would be better you sit over there, but that's okay. You approve that message. But that's one thing. Listen, when it comes to a state of emergency, when it comes to a situation like COVID, right? Hit us hard. We all needed to unite for the benefit of the resident. The water main break. What's so different between a snowstorm and a water main break? We all had to come together and help our residents. What's the difference? A water main break in the city of Paterson was a state of emergency. We all came together and delivered water. Everybody did what they had to do. Nobody was criticizing the mayor, only me. But, you know, we was working together because it was an emergency. So, and it was not election time. The only one that was criticizing the mayor was me. And look, I'm not running. I'm letting other people to win. But, and he knows I'm better mayor than him. I'm saying over here, though. Just kidding. Last but not least, happy birthday to my lovely daughter, Francesca Ayala Velez Torres. All the names, because they changed name when, you know, But happy birthday to my lovely daughter, Francesca, a proud product of public schools in Paterson. She is a construction official in St. Cloud, Florida, and she's doing great. I'm not going to say the age because I still look young. Thank you. Madam Clerk,
Yes, sir.
let's keep on doing the work that we're supposed to do. Mr. BA, I know you took notes on the requests, if it's possible. If you want to have that conversation sidebar in your office, we could do so. I don't need to knock doors. The doors are always open. Mr. Corporation Counsel, I'm proud to have a Corporation Counsel like you.
My friend.
No, defend him if he's your friend, and public too.
Always.
Don't try to defend him without the microphone.
My guy, always.
Say something, always. It's the floor, it's always.
Come on, come on.
So, Corporate Counsel, thank you. God bless your family, the work that you do, and your team that really save taxpayer money. To the two officers back there, thank you for being here with us, and thank you for protecting Paterson. Thank you for protecting Paterson. God bless you all. Oh, to my secretary, they know me. They see me like Ruby Kine. Ruby Kine and me goes to the office almost every day, right, Ruby?
Come on, Councilman.
We go to the office every day. We see them.
Councilman, you ready for vote?
To my president, thank you. Madam Clerk, my vote is yet to close the public meeting. Good night.
Thank you, Councilman. Council President.
So to the public, and I just want to put this on record, the agenda was done at 9 o'clock. We are now about to leave at 11:10 p.m. The entire agenda was done at 9 o'clock. There's many things as it relates to city concerns that we hear your complaints. Getty Ave signage was up on Getty. Did they ever come back to Getty? Yesterday they went back to Getty, so snow was gone. No vehicles were told, snow was removed on yesterday. So there is a roundabout. Was things done perfectly? No. Can things get better? Absolutely. But we have to do it together. If you have recommendations and/or solutions, please let us know so that the administration can help with partnering with the schools, partnering with the county, partnering with some of the local businesses and not-for-profits and the faith-based organizations for what would be a snow remedial plan in the future for emergency situations. I want to say to Councilwoman Cotton, she knows I love her, and if I cut you short, I apologize for that. But when we're sitting in the chamber, the process normally is supposed to be when we're going into vote, there's a 2-minute rule. And I do understand that because some do talk over, they all talk over the 2 minutes. So it's not just one, they do that. So with that being stated, to our Madam Clerk, our Secretary, to our Melinda, Raphael, to our police officers, to our BA Corporation Counsel, to my council colleagues, let's continue to do the work. And I will say this, there is an election coming up, and we've heard many things. And I kind of laugh sometimes because I see, last week I waited, because I'm open to criticism. And I waited last week for the criticism that the three councilwomen had to sit here for 1 hour and 20 minutes before the meeting started, and there was not one critic. But tonight, the critics were back on social media. So if we're going to be fair, we want to criticize, let's be fair and criticize across the board. Council meetings start on time. And I also want to say this, when you come to sign up for public portion, please come sign up. The list is out for over an hour. Please don't ask anyone to sign in. Please do not tell lies on our secretaries, stating to council people that our secretary signed your name on the list. Our secretaries do not sign anyone's name on the list, and I take offense to that being stated tonight about our secretary Deidre, that someone said that she signed their name, but she did not do that. So we will not allow our secretaries to be mistreated here in the council chambers. Please be on time. If you would like to speak, The list was out for over an hour. You cannot come at 10 o'clock at night and then say you want to speak and then say that the secretary signed your name. That is unfair to our secretaries. It is unfair to the chambers and unfair to the quorum. With that stated, Madam Clerk, to everyone, happy Valentine's Day. If you don't have a Valentine, be your own Valentine. To Congresswoman-elect Elias Mejia, congratulations on that great victory, and so many others that are running for different various offices. I wish you the best of luck, and I pray that you will continue to do well, and I pray for all of those that are sick and all those that have lost loved ones. Madam Clerk, with that stated, my vote is yes to close the regular meeting of February 10th at 7 p.m. 2026.
Thank you. The votes are 7 in favor, 2 absent. The meeting of February 10, 2026 is hereby adjourned. Good night, Paterson.
Good night, Paterson.